Well, did you know that Hidden Valley Raceway is actually famous for its intense desert heat? It's like racing on a giant fiery skillet out there. No wonder the cars are sweating bullets, even if they're just made of metal and code. It's the perfect place to see if these AI racers can handle a little heat, or if they'll start melting down. Hurry up, everyone! The clock's about to run out on choosing your car. Don't miss your chance to pick the vehicle that will dominate the race. Get your selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Jaguar XKR GT3 from 2008 is a sleek beast, known for its durability and a good mix of speed and handling. On the other hand, the Ferrari F360 GTC from 2004 is a classic with sharp agility and the iconic Ferrari flair. Given the track is Hidden Valley Raceway, which favors a good balance of power and cornering ability, I'd lean towards the Ferrari. It's lighter and more agile, which can really shine on those twisty sections. But don't count the Jaguar out just yet. Its power can make a strong push on the longer straights. So my bet for this race would go to the Ferrari. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Jaguar surprises us with a bold move. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a classic 1999 Ford Mustang S VT SCS. Let's see if that vintage muscle can hold up against the others. Scott Dixon has taken the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Nuva Life just overtook 3 cars in a flash and is now in third place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 2 spots and is now in first. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Gina Jones is driving a Jaguar XKR GT3 from 2008. She's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding steady without much drama so far. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. Looks like they're holding steady in 15th place, not making any big moves but staying in the pack. The track's tight corners seem to favor the GT cars with better handling, but the TCRs are hanging in there with consistent pace. Lamborghini Tuba just overtook Bean Streams and is now in 13th place. They're still neck and neck, so expect some more fireworks soon. At GTS cars are clearly dominating with the top 4 spots. Track suits their speed and handling. TCRs are trailing but holding their own, probably struggling a bit with the track layout. Amy's Jaguar XK RGT3 is holding 5th place, staying steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. The track seems to favor the faster GT cars, with the top 3 in that class holding strong. The TCRs are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's demands on handling and acceleration. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ is now in 10th place after climbing 1 spot. Memra Pinkwolf and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 10th. Lamborghini Tuba is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few TCRs. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. The GTS cars are clearly faster and more consistent, leading the race. The TCR cars are struggling to keep up, especially on this track. The track favors the GTS class's power and handling. Bean Streams is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz a 45 AM. They're currently in the middle of the pack, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, just over 1:14. Island 656 just overtook Bean Streams and is now in 14th place. They are still close together, so expect some more action soon. Pinkwolf is driving a 2015 Seat Leonda. He's currently in 8th place and has a decent lap time, but he's got some racers ahead and behind him closing in. Scott Dixon is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Looks like he's trying to seal the deal before the final lap. Chubby Boy RJ is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. They're currently in 11th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time, but still a ways behind the leaders. Amy is in 6th place with her 2008 Jaguar XK RGT3. She's currently about half a second behind Gina in 5th. Looks like she's trying to close the gap, but hasn't made a move yet. The track seems to favor the faster GT cars with the top 2 in that class leading. The TCRs are struggling to keep up, especially on the straights. Scott Dixon is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Scott Dixon just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Hingula May Kringleberry is right behind him, both battling fiercely for the top spot. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Stephen Brinkley's BMW M220A is holding 9th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the TCR frontrunners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Scott Dixon is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Wow, well done to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Definitely some smooth moves out there. And congratulations to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. You get to claim that classic 1999 Ford Mustang S VTT SCCA. That's a pretty sweet ride for all your speedy efforts. And new for life, you're the big winner of the bet race. You get to take home the sleek 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC. Not bad at all for your winning streak. Great race, everyone. This is getting more fun with each lap. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Berlin E-Prix circuit, I'd probably go with the McLaren Senna. It's known for its incredible handling and track performance, which are essential on a tight, twisty circuit like Berlin's. Plus, it's got that perfect combination of power and agility that could really shine in a race like this. The others are impressive, but the Senna's a real track day king when it comes to sharp corners and quick acceleration. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to pick your car. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. No pressure or anything. Welcome back, Wayne94. Glad you could join us again. Get ready to see some AI cars battle it out on the track. It's going to be a fun ride. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Hingle McCringleberry in a 2020 Ultima RS sounds like a real speedster, especially with that newer machine. But then again, Rex Zero with a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan? That's a classic supercar. Fast, flashy, and probably a bit more experienced in the racing game. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Hingle just because that Ultima RS is built for speed and agility. But don't count out Rex Zero. Sometimes those older models have a certain charm and grit that can surprise you. It's going to be close, but I give a slight edge to Hingle for that sleek, modern feel. Still, I wouldn't be shocked if Rex Zero pulls off a sneaky win. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Berlin E-Prix. and right now Buchisero is leading in a 2009 Pagani Zonda R, which is pretty impressive, considering it's a bit of an old-timer in the supercar world. Let's see if he can hold on. Plebis 3 has shot off the line to take the lead. Buchisero is right behind in second place. Beats with Kef is holding on to third, but expects some early action to shake things up. Pippi Langström is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Beats with Kev is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. The battle for the lead between Beats with Kev and Plebis 3 is heating up, both fighting hard for first. Amy just overtook someone to take the lead. Shota Todoroki 39 is closing in on Scott Dixon for 6th place. The race is heating up with Scott Dixon and Todoroki 39 battling hard for 6th. Beats with Kev is climbing to 2nd place. Amy and Beats with Kev are still nose to nose for the lead. Pippi Langström is making a move to 3rd. Pippi Langström and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 2nd place. Buchisero just gained 1 spot and is now 6th. I am climbing 2 spots and now sit in 7th. Pippi Langström is climbing to 2nd place. Plebis 3 is catching up to Beats with Kev, closing the gap by 140 seconds. The fight for 3rd place is getting intense. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Plebis 3 is right behind, both fighting hard for that spot. Mutube is climbing up to 12th, making some progress. Ingo McCringleberry is inching closer to 5, while Buchisero is holding firm. They're nose to tail in this fight for 6th place. Hingle and McCringleberry is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Plebis 3 and Hingle are still neck and neck for 5th position. Wayne Trinity 4 has advanced to 12th place, closing in on the pack. Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is creeping closer to Maya, cutting the gap by over a second. Shoto Todoroki 39 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance by a second. Rex and Sarah is climbing 2 spots to take the 14th place. Justin Gilks and Rex Nezar are nose to tail, fighting for that 14th spot. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Mutube, cutting the distance by almost a second and a half. Amy is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so she's in control unless she makes a mistake. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Cobber are nose to nose for 16th. Rex and Sarah is driving a Lamborghini Huracan from 2014. They are currently in the 14th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, given their slowest lap time of over 1 minute 28 seconds. Beats with Keth and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Scott Dixon and Shoto Todoroki 39 are fighting hard for 8th. Wow, Amy really outpaced everyone else. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Amy really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You definitely earned it. And look at that. Amy also snagged the fastest lap, so she can add a 2020 Ultima RS to her collection. Hingle McCringleberry, you also did a fantastic job winning the bet race, so you get to claim the same sleek car. Looks like 2 very deserving drivers are about to upgrade their garages today. Here's a fun fact for you people who love the old school racing cars from before the 60s. Back in the day, street car racing was basically a wild free-for-all where cars were often heavily modified with whatever was available. Think giant exhausts and crazy paint job. One of the most popular classes was called Street Eliminator, where the goal was to see how fast a street-legal car could go, often pushing the limits of what was actually legal on the road. It was like the ancestors of modern drag racing, but with a whole lot more attitude and a lot less regulation. Definitely a wild chapter in racing history. Alright everyone, last call. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't make me pick a clunker for you. Hurry up before they all zoom past you. Oh, what a matchup! Gina Jones in a sleek 1965 Jaguar A-Type series. 1 versus Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1949 Cadillac Series 62. This is like comparing a lightning bolt to a gentle rain. The Jaguar is known for its agility and speed, especially around winding roads, which Bremgarten has plenty of. The Cadillac, while a beauty, is more about style and comfort than breaking land speed records. I'd say Gina's chances look pretty solid, unless Hingle manages to channel some vintage charm and surprise us all. But honestly, if I had to bet, I'd put my chips on the Jaguar to take the crown here. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Bremgarten, with New for Life on pole. Zooming in with that classic 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aeroline. It's like watching history race itself. Hope you're ready for some vintage speed. Right at the start, New for Life is leading the pack, showing some serious early pace. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is holding second place, not letting the leader get away. Zaprandigan is in third, just hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is making a move, now in 13th after passing 3 more. Akanonia is gaining ground, now in 3rd after moving up 2 spots. Pippi Langstrup is chipping away at Indigo Pete's lead, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Gina Jones has climbed up to 6th place, making her way through the pack. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 9th, and she's now in a tight battle with Wayne Trinity 4 for 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrup with a 1.7 second gap. They are battling hard for 5th place. Amy is making moves and has climbed 2 spots into 7th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Indigo Pete and Gina are nose to tail for that same spot. Amy's closing the gap on Pippi Langstrup, shrinking it by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup and Indigo Pete are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy and Pippi are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Gamerboss 72 is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Gina Jones is slicing through the track, closing in on Akanoni by 2.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrup and Indigo Pete are nose to nose for 5th place. Meanwhile, Amy and Pippi are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Gamerboss 72 is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series Wand Ein. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is holding a solid 4th place, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in 8th. Looks like Gina might have a slight edge, but Hingle could still make a move if she pushes hard. Akanona is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones is now in 3rd. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Indigo Pete, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Pippi and Indigo Pete are locked in a tight fight for 5th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is also moving up to 8th place. Gamerboss 72 and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is closing in on Gamerboss 72, the gap shrinking by 3.1 seconds. Georgina Miracles has climbed 1 spot to 13. HP Lootcraft also up 1 to 15. HP Lootcraft and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 14th. Gamer Boss 72 just sliced through the field to take the lead. GM Prime is closing the gap on Skeksis Beaupré, but still a few seconds behind. The fight for first between New for Life and Gamer Boss 72 looks intense, with both pushing hard. New for Life and Gamer Boss 72 are neck and neck for the lead. Gina Jones just gained one spot and is now in third. Akinona and Gina Jones are fighting hard for third place. New for Life is now in first place. Gina Jones has moved into second. Akinona is in third. Looks like the top three are shifting around nicely. Gamerboss 72 is really closing the gap on Skeksis Beaupré. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Akinona is gaining on Gina Jones slowly but surely. And Amy and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for fifth place, probably exchanging paint soon. Wow. Just like that, you've taken the top spot. Congratulations on the win at Bremgarten. Wow, Gina Jones really took the checkered flag with style. Great race, Gina. And look at that. She also snagged the fastest lap. Impressive speed. She's now the proud owner of a sleek 1965 Jaguar Type Series 1. Nice catch. And as for me, I managed to pull off the most overtakes today. I guess all that aggressive driving paid off, because I'm now the proud owner of a classic 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Looks like the vintage street car collection is about to get a little more interesting. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1977 Porsche 936. It's known for its reliability and speed in endurance races, which are pretty similar to what you'd need on the Dessauer Rennstrecke circuit. The Ferrari 312 8BB is a close second because it's got that legendary racing pedigree. But honestly, with all its experience, the Porsche is probably going to edge out the others in a straight-up race. Oh, wow. This is quite the classic showdown. The Ferrari 312 FBB is a legendary race car, known for its speed and agility from that era. On the other hand, the Porsche 936 is a bit newer and famous for its durability and performance in endurance races. Given the Dessauer Rennstrecks layout, which favors a mix of speed and tight corners, I'd probably lean towards the Porsche. It's got a slight edge in handling and consistency, but don't count out the Ferrari. It might just surprise us with some vintage charm. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, Hingle McCringleberry is on pole with that vintage 1977 Renault Alpine F442B. Talk about a blast from the past. Let's see if that classic can hold off the modern rivals. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second, and I'm sitting in third. Let's see if I can make a move soon. Noverlife has gained 2 positions and is now in second place. Hingle McCringleberry and N for Life are nose-to-tail fighting for second. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 5th. Gina Jones and I are locked in a close fight for 4th. Gina Jones and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up to 9th. Gina Jones and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Otaliatorius just sneaked into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wooferlife and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Gina Jones has made a move, climbing 2 spots to sit in 4th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Gina Jones is now in 3rd and closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. They're neck and neck for that 3rd spot. Amy is way back in 15th, probably wishing she had a turbo boost right now. Otaliatorius is climbing 2 spots to take 8th place. Gabitha Minimac and Otaliatorius are nose to tail for 8th. The 89 and Frogsworth are locked in a close fight for 10th. V39 has climbed to 10th place. Neotexum is now in 12th. Evenserogai and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for 12th. Otaliatorius is driving a Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from 1971. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but the race is heating up behind them. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is also making moves, inching closer to Celestia Linari. Things are heating up at the front. Celestia Linari just overtook someone to move up to 13th place. 5-0 Guy and Celestia Linari are nose to tail for that same spot. VD39 is climbing 2 spots to 8th place. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on VD39 and closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Neotexum is moving up 1 spot to 11th. Event Guy is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Neotexum is climbing steadily to 10th place. Neotexum and Gabitha Minimac are nose to nose for 9th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1.7 second gain. They are battling hard for 4th place. Truxworth has moved up 1 spot to 11th. Gabitha Minimac is driving a BMW CSL from 1975. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling with lap times as their fastest is over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. I am climbing up to 5th place, leaving behind a few racers. Celestia Linari is making progress, now in 11th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Amy is now in 14th. Looks like Pippi's on the move today. Brando Busta is creeping closer to Maya again, just a second behind now. Neotexum is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is closing in on 5-0 Guy, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1971 Ferrari 312 Hippie B, starting 7th. Looks like she's pushing hard with the fastest lap of 141.735 dear. She's currently in 6th place, so she's making some progress. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was some fantastic driving. And congratulations to Nabu for life for grabbing the fastest lap. You get to claim the 1971 Ferrari 312 AB from Group 6 Ditwer. Nice job! Gina Jones also did a stellar job with the most overtakes. You too can claim that same fabulous 1971 Ferrari 312 AB. Well earned! This race was full of surprises and skill. Can't wait to see what happens next. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and earlier, racing cars in the supercar class were often powered by engines that sounded like they belonged in a jet fighter, rather than a family sedan. They were fierce, loud, and totally wild, making each race feel like a thunderstorm on wheels. Can you imagine the drivers trying to stay calm with all that noise? It was probably more a test of nerve than anything else. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to make that decision before it's too late. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you took too long. Alright, we've got Maya in the classic Ford Fairlane, and Sikapal in the Pontiac GTO. Both are iconic cars, with their own flair. The Fairlane has that vintage charm and might have a bit of an edge in handling because of its lighter design. But the GTO is a muscle car with a reputation for power and straight-line speed. Now, if we're talking Lego Speed Champions, things get a little more playful. Still, I'd say the GTO might have a slight advantage in raw speed because of its muscle car roots. But don't count out Maya just yet. Classic cars can be surprisingly nimble in a race like this. At the end of the day, it's probably going to come down to who's got the better AI driving skills. But my money's on Sikapal and the GTO to take the victory. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Lego Speed Champions track. Leading the pack is Spear Like Hail in a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray, flying the flag for the classic era Dordoy. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead, or if the modern rivals catch up. Spear Like Hail has taken an early lead, followed closely by Le Kaiju. I'm holding the third spot, but don't get too comfortable, the race just started. Ebony Shadow is climbing up one spot to take fourth place. Sikapal and Ebony Shadow are locked in a close fight for fourth. Captain Canadian is gaining 2 spots and is now in 7th. Scott Dixon and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up the field, moving into 13th. Le Kaiju takes the lead at the front. Maya climbs into 2nd place. Ebony Shadow secures 3rd. The race is heating up nicely. Welcome back, AI Rafael. Glad to see you reunited with the chaos of our AI racing show. Hope you're ready to see some cars dominate the track. Scott Dixon is making a strong push, now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast, now in 10th. Gina Jones is also on the move, now in 11th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Captain Canadian is driving a 1965 Vizzarini 5300 GT Strada Audi. They're currently in 8th place, trying to catch up. Looks like they're holding steady but still have some ground to make up. Amy just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Looks like she's got her eyes on that spot. New 4F and Amy are still neck and neck for 8th place, trading positions every lap. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, now just 1.1 seconds behind. She's not giving up that easily. Yadi Anburn is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Move for Life, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on JD Anburn, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Amy is hot on Scott Dixon's heels, now less than 1 second behind. Captain Canadian just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Zikopal and Captain Canadian are still neck and neck for that spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Noah for Life, cutting the gap by a full second. Captain Canadian is gaining on Ebony Shadow, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Jade Anburn is narrowing the distance to Zikopal by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Ebony Shadow is climbing to 2nd place. Captain Canadian is now in 3rd. Zikopal has moved into 4th. The top 4 are getting pretty crowded. Maya is dropping back to 11th place. Hingala Kringleberry is slicing through the field, closing in on Indigo Pete by 5.7 seconds. Captain Canadian is climbing up to 2nd place, leaving others in the dust. Ebony Shadow is really having a tough time dropping back to 10th place. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily up to 4th place. Yadi Anburn is closing in on Scott, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Le Kaiju is cruising in a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. They're holding commanding lead with a solid lap time of 1:40.9, looking pretty comfortable at the front. Scott Dixon is closing in on Zikopal, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Indigo Pete is climbing up to 10th place. Indigo Pete and New 4 Life are nose to nose for 9th place. JD Anburn is climbing to 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move to 10th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is having a rough time and has dropped to 11th place. Nias gaining on Ebony Shadow, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. JD Anburn is catching Sikapal, narrowing the distance by a few seconds. Wow, Lakaiju, you must be a speed demon. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Lakaiju. You really showed those cars who's boss. Now for the claimants. Gina Jones, you crushed the fastest lap. So you're the proud new owner of a classic 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. That's quite the vintage beauty for your collection. And Pippi Langstrumpf, with the most overtakes, you get the 1967 Plymouth GTX. Looks like you're taking home a real muscle car. Well done to everyone for an exciting race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now is the time. The clock is ticking, so don't miss out on the fun. Get your choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. This is quite the matchup. On one hand, Ayarfael is behind a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup, a lightweight racing machine built for agility and speed on twisty tracks. On the other, New for Life has a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC, which is more of a grand tourer with luxury and power, but maybe not quite as nimble. Given the Alps' tricky turns and elevation changes, I'd say Ayarfael's Ginetta might have the edge because it's more race-oriented and agile. But hey, the Maserati's torque could surprise us if it can handle the steep inclines and sharp corners. My bet? I think Ayarfael's smaller, more dedicated race car will take the victory here. But don't count out Move for Life. Just yet, that Maserati is no slouch. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at the Bernese Alps Festival track. And right now, RFA is leading the charge in the pole position, driving a 2017 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Let's see if they can hold on to that first spot or if the pack will catch up. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Rafael in second and Gina Jones in third. Looks like a tight start already. Rafael just overtook someone to take the lead. New for Life is trying to fight back but still behind. Pippi Langström and Gina Jones are nose to tail for third place. New for Life just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for fifth place. The race is heating up at the front and middle. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT. Ford looks like he's holding on to fifth place, but the race is tight with some quick cars behind him. Gina Jones and Rafael are neck and neck for second place. Scott Dixon and I are locked in a close fight for seventh. The race is heating up nicely. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon for seventh place. Velocitor 14 just gained one spot and is now in the 13th position. The Dreamkeeper and Velocitor 14 are battling hard for the same spot, P13. Rafael and New for Life are neck and neck for first place. Amy and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for fourth. The Dreamkeeper just gained a spot to move into 13th. The Dreamkeeper and Tyler are battling it out for 12th. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Amy is now in fourth. Velocito 14 is making a move to 13th. Velocito 14 is climbing one spot to 12th place. Anna Savage and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for 14th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in third place. Rafael and Amy are nose to tail fighting for third. Velocito 14 and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a close duel for 11th. Rafael is now in third place, climbing one spot. Rafael and Gina Jones are nose to nose fighting for second. The Dreamkeeper has gained one position and is now in 14th. Gina Jones and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Maya is climbing up to seventh, inching closer to the top. Amy just lost a spot to Gina Jones and Maya is making a move forward. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Pippi Langstrom and Aya Raphael are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Tyler is making a move, climbing up to 12. Gina Jones just sneaked into 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 4th. Hingle McCringleberry and Aya Raphael are nose-to-nose for 5th. Velocito 14 is closing in on Riswachindio, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. NR Savage is climbing up the field, now in 15th place. Riswachindio is racing a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup Dota. They're currently in 11th place, and their lap times suggest they're struggling to keep up with the TC/E frontrunners. The Dreamkeeper is really pushing to overtake Tyler. The gap is shrinking fast, just over a second now. Looks like a tight fight for 12th place. Wow, look at that. New for Life just took the crown. Guess all those practice runs paid off. Well done. Wow! Amy really pulled off the Triple Crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's some impressive driving right there. Absolutely legendary. Amy, congratulations on claiming the 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4, a car that's as sporty as your skills today. And new for life, you took the bet race in style. The 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC is a classy choice. Well done! Both of you have earned your spots today. Now, let's see if anyone can top that next round. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before the countdown ends. Don't let your favorite car get left behind in the digital dust. Wow, what an interesting matchup we have here. On one side, we have Geogina Miracles in a classic 2000 Audi F4 B5. It's a reliable old-timer but definitely not built for speed, more for comfort and style. On the other side, Chubby Boy RJ's rolling in a 2014 BMW M235 iRacing, which is a much sportier and more aggressive machine. Given the car choices, I'd bet on Chubby Boy RJ to take the win. The BMW has a lot more power and handling finesse that should help it out on the Nashville Superspeedway infield. The Audi, while charming, might struggle to keep up in such a high-speed environment. But hey, you never know what cars will surprise us when driven by AI. It's all about how the code handles the twists and turns. So, I'm putting my chips on the BMW for this one. Let's see if the AI can edge out the old-school Audi. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Nashville Superspeedway infield, and Crazy Sweetbutt is on pole in a classic 2004 Toyota Corolla. Let's see if that little sedan can hold its ground against the high-tech racers. Looks Ravenous has taken the lead right out of the gate. Girl of Diamond is holding strong in second place, and Story Forge is in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Maya is on fire, moving up to first place after overtaking 6 cars. Crazy Sweetbutt is right behind in second after a similar surge. Gina Jones is closing in fast, now in third after her own impressive move. Gina Jones and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Asuroni is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Chubby Boy RJ is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 9th. Maya is closing in on Plebis 3 rapidly, just a few seconds behind now. Akanone is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap steadily. Gina Jones and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce duel for second place. No room for mistakes. Dynamite 1 is gaining on Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Piswatch Ingyo is closing in on Dynamite 21 with a 9-second difference. Hyogi Numericals is catching up to Riswatch Ingyo, reducing the gap by almost 10 seconds. Our special is climbing to 18th place. Looks Ravenous is now 19th. Now Pink Wolf is in 20th. Looks like they're all playing the game of leapfrog. Georgi Numericals is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and Mako Chaos are locked in a close fight for 9th. Piswatch Ingyo just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Lynn Lilac are nose to nose for 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. Lynn Lilac and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Our Pink Wolf and Aero Special are neck and neck for 19th place. Now Pink Wolf is climbing up to 18th place. Shoot 'em Up is right behind Aero Special, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones just overtook to take the lead. Maya and Gina are nose to nose for first place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 26th. Mina My Style 21 is climbing nicely into 3rd place. New for Life and Nahokas are nose to nose for 10th. Shoot 'em Up is making a move into 20th. Hiswatingyo is now in 4th place. Asuroni has moved up to 6th. Amy is closing in on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. New for Life and Mahokas are nose to tail for 10th place. Nara Pinkwolf has gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Wolfin and 18 also moved up 1 and is now in 22nd. Dynamite Style 21 is closing in on Maya with a second and a bit to go. They're nose to tail for 2nd place now. Woo for Life just gained a spot and is now 10th. Hiswatingyo is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy and Mahokaos are nose to nose for 11th. Hingle, McCringleberry, and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 13th. Asuroni is closing in on Crazy Sweet Butt, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Tubby Boy RJ is moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is moving up 1 spot to take 24th place. Congratulations to Gina Jones on winning the race. Looks like she's got the speed and the skills to take the checkered flag. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really pulled off an incredible win today. J, congratulations on that victory. And with the fastest lap, she's in prime position to claim that shiny 2019 Ford Focus ST. Well done, Gina. Who's feeling lucky enough to snatch up that car next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Istanbul Park, it would probably be the 2019 McLaren Speedtail. It's got that sleek design, insane top speed, and the kind of aerodynamic efficiency that could handle those tricky curves and long straights. Plus, with its hybrid powertrain, it might have a bit more juice when it counts. Of course, the race depends on the driver. But in this lineup, I'd give the Speedtail a good shot at crossing the finish line first. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down and you better pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't leave me hanging here. We want some fierce competition and not a bunch of empty spots. So get those selections in before the buzzer sounds. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Schmerzenlife with a classic Lamborghini Diablo GTR from 1999. That car is a true beast with a raw, aggressive vibe, and probably a little nostalgic charm. On the other side, Frogsworth is racing in a modern Shelby GT 500 Super Snake from 2013, which means more updated tech, better handling, and a punchy V8 engine. Honestly, I'm leaning a bit toward Frogsworth here, while Schmerzenlife's Lamborghini looks like it's ready to tear up the track. The Shelby's more recent design, and likely better aerodynamics, could give it a slight advantage in handling and speed. Plus, the Super Snake is known for its power and control, which could help it hold its own on Istanbul Park's winding curves. That being said, the Lamborghini's raw power and classic appeal might just give Schmerzenlife that adrenaline boost needed to surprise us all. It's a neck-and-neck fight, and I'd say it's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to Frogsworth's Shelby. Let's see if the AI plays fair or if Schmerzenlife manages to channel some old-school driving magic. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park with Scott Dixon on pole, driving a 24 Celine 7. Talk about a blast from the past. Let's see if that old-school supercar can hold its ground today. Just Pankakis has taken the lead right out of the gate. Wayne Train in T4 is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third but expects some movement soon. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing up to fifth place. He's now battling closely with Patsors for fourth. Dragoo and Dr. Keeps Appleway are also fighting for fifth. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing up to fourth place. Patsors and Dr. Keeps Appleway are still locked in that tight battle for fourth. Exclusivagox is also making a move, now in sixth. Dr. Keeps Appleway is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Dragoo has also gained one position and is now in sixth. Dragoo and Patsors are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth place. Dragoo is climbing to fifth place. JD Anburn is catching up to ninth. JD Anburn and Maya are nose-to-nose for eighth. Exclusivagox is climbing up to sixth place. Maya and Patsors are nose-to-tail for seventh. JD Anburn and Maya are locked in a close fight for eighth. Dragoo is climbing to seventh place. Maya is now in eighth. JD Anburn and Patsors are nose-to-nose for ninth. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Just Pancakes, cutting the gap by a second and a tenth. Scott Dixon has climbed 2 spots to 3rd place. Dixon and Wayne Trinity 4 are now nose to tail, fighting for second. Dr. Keeps Appleway is now in 3rd place. Ragu has moved up to 4th. Exclusiva Gox and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th place. Exclusiva Gox is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup and Waldo are neck and neck for 12th. Maya is now in 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 9th, just behind Lil Sprout. Lil Sprout and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th place. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 4th place. Ragu and Exclusive Gox are nose to nose for that spot. JD Anburn is pushing up to 7th. Ragu has moved up 1 spot to take the 4th place. Ragu and Dr. Keep Sapaway are neck and neck for 3rd. Exclusiva Gox and Fragao are also fighting hard for 4th. Wayne Trinity 4 and Just Pancakes are nose to tail at the front. Ragu is climbing to 3rd place. Jadi Anburn is making a move, now in 4th after jumping 2 spots. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in the lead, just ahead of Just Pancakes. They're battling closely for the top spot. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 6th place, making some moves. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway and Hingle are still neck and neck for that 5th spot. Stankit and That's Alti Serena are battling it out for 15. Maya and Exclusive Gox are neck and neck for 7th place. Pippi Langstrup and Patsors are locked in a close fight for 11th. That's Alti Serena is climbing up to 14th, inching closer to the pack. Lil Sprout just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. That's Alti Serena and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 13th. Gina Jones is closing in on Stankit, cutting the gap by a second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Fragout are nose to nose for 3rd. Lil Sprout is making a move, now in 6th. Yeti Anburn is climbing to 4th place. Maya is making a move to 8th. The battle for 7th between Maya and Dr. Keep Sapaway is heating up. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4 really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Wayne Trinity 4 on taking the top spot. That was a fantastic race. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned yourself the fastest lap. So you can claim the 1998 TVR Cerbera Speed 12. Nice work. Looks like some fierce competition today. Sure thing. Did you know that the NASCAR cars from 1970 often had more in common with stock vehicles than you might think? They were actually quite close to the cars you could buy at a dealership back then. Just a little faster and a lot more streamlined. It's like the sweet spot between a street car and a race car, which makes those races even more interesting because it's almost like watching a high-speed version of everyday driving. Alright folks, this is a showdown of classic muscle versus, well, less muscle but maybe more charm. The Hyper 7 is behind the wheel of a 1971 Dodge Charger, known for its raw power and that iconic look. Hingle McCringleberry, on the other hand, is steering a 1971 AMC Matador, which is a bit more of an underdog in the world of muscle cars. Considering the cars, the Dodge Charger has a reputation for speed and strength, which should give Hyper 7 a solid edge. But never underestimate the surprise factor of the Matador. Sometimes those unexpected turns can shake things up. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Charger has a slight advantage. It's like bringing a hammer to a pillow fight. Power usually wins. But we'll have to see if Hingle can pull some tricks and maybe surprise us all on Al Capone Raceway. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Al Capone Raceway. Leading the pack is Lux Ravenous in a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Lux Ravenous has taken an early lead, with Lockjaw 7 right behind in second place. Mr. Wolf J is currently in third, trying to keep up. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth place. New for Life and I are still neck and neck for sixth. Pace CARR and Tacnesty are locked in a close fight for eighth. A Special is climbing to 11th place. Wrath 92 and R Special are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is also making a move, now 15th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 13th place. NR Savage and Dixon are nose to nose for that spot. Hippie Langstrom is also making moves, now in 15th place. Maya is currently in 6th place driving a Dodge Charger. The race seems tight with her holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Wrath 92 is driving a Mercury Cyclone and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Tacnasty is in 8th place driving a 1971 Dodge Charger. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langstrom just overtook Senna Savage and is now in 14th place. They are nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Taknesti just climbed one spot to 7. Ace Basic Switch and Pace. AER are nose to nose for 9. Squat Bender is climbing up to 4th place. AEI Nice Basic Switch is making the move to 8th. Looks like some aggressive positioning happening. The NASCAR 1970 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the track might be favoring the Plymouth Roadrunners a bit with the top 2 spots. The Dodge Chargers are holding their own in the middle, but overall, it looks like the track is neutral enough to keep things competitive. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Taknesti is gaining on Gina Jones, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Lockdown 7 is driving a 1971 Ford Torino. Looks like he's holding 2nd place pretty comfortably. No overtakes yet, but he's definitely in the mix. Squat Bender is now in 3rd place. Maya is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by a 2.2. Ensigner Savage is climbing up to 14th place. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing to 14th place. Scorched Log is now in 18th place, both making small gains today. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Daisy Chains is also moving up to 16th. Amy and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for 16th. Lockton 7 is holding a strong 2nd place, and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's aiming for a late push. The Hyper 7 is holding a slight lead over Hingle McCringleberry, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Expect some aggressive moves soon. Our special just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Amy and Daisy Chains are locked in a close fight for 16th place. The track seems to favor the faster lap times, with the Dodge Chargers and Plymouth Roadrunners leading, but overtakes are happening in the corners, so grip and handling are key. ERI Special is driving a 1971 AMC Matador Dotatis. They're currently in 10th place, with a decent lap time but not enough to challenge the leaders yet. Looks like they're holding steady. Yazix Switch X is climbing to 7th place. Taknesti and X-Basic Switch X are battling for that spot. Hippie Langstrumpf is sneaking up to 13th. Movable Life is climbing up to 8th place. Our special is now 9th. Wrath 92 has moved into 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. The Hyper 7 is driving a Dodge Charger from 1971, which is known for its muscle car power. Their race looks like a struggle, currently in 18th place with the slowest lap of 154.372. Scott Dixon is in the last quarter of the race in a Plymouth Road runner. He's currently in 14th place with the fastest lap of 1:52.791. Looks like he's trying to make a move but hasn't quite found the pace to climb higher. Congratulations to Lux Ravenous for taking the victory. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well done. Wow, Lux Ravenous really pulled it off. Congratulations. You must be feeling like the king of the artificial racing world right now. Great job taking the win. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, so if you want to pick your favorite car, now's the time to do it before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick race to the finish line. Sure, here's a fun fact about the Bernese Alps Festival track. Did you know this track is famous for its stunning mountain scenery that makes you feel like you're racing through a postcard? It's like the track itself decided to double as a scenic tour, which is pretty unique for a racing course. It's almost as if the track is saying, hey, why just race when you can also enjoy the view? Wow, what a throwback lineup! Scott Dixon is racing in a Sauber C15 from 1996, which is a solid choice with some classic F1 charm. Rath 92 is behind the wheel of a Jordan 196 from the same year, so it's a battle of vintage giants. Considering the cars, the Sauber's got a bit of a reputation for reliability and engineering finesse, but the Jordan was known for its agility. It's a tough call, but I'd lean slightly towards Scott Dixon's Sauber just because of its more modern design principles and better aerodynamics for these alpine twists. Still, it's the kind of race that could surprise us. Like, who knew ancient cars could still race this fiercely? So, I'd say Scott Dixon might have a slight edge. But don't count out Rath 92 jumping ahead, if the Jordan's handling is as good as their reputation. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the stunning Bernese Alps Festival track. Ovidus is sitting on pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1996 McLaren MP411. Let's see if he can hold on to that lid or if the others will surprise us. Ovidus has shot off the line to take the lead. I'm holding second place just behind him. Scott Dixon is right behind me in third. The race is already heating up. Maho Kaos just gained one spot and is now in fifth place. Mahokaos and Raf 92 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Lisa Shibi and Lord Batril are locked in a close fight for 8th. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Zombush 86 is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th. Mahokaos is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Amy just made a bold move to take the lead from Quiz 44. Ovidus is closing in on Amy, making it a tight race for the top spot. Quiz 44 dropping back to 11th, probably wishing for a better strategy. Ovidus takes the lead, moving up to 1st place. Maya is right behind, climbing to 2nd. Scott Dixon also advances, now in 3rd. The race is heating up nicely. The Alpine twists seem to be favoring the more agile cars, but the long straights might give the powerhouses a chance to catch up. Scott Dixon is driving a Sauber C15. He's currently in 3rd place, so he's holding a solid position, but not quite at the front. Looks like he's keeping it steady for now. Mahokaos is creeping closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over a second. Lisa Shibi and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Quiz 44 and Zombush 86 are also locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Gina Jones is closing in on the Hokaos, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Quiz 44 has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Zombush 86 and Quiz 44 are battling it out for 9th place. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 9th place. Lord Butro is right behind in 10th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Gina Jones is gaining on Mekokawas by 3 seconds. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in on Gina Jones by 1.6 seconds. Quiz 44 has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Move for Life is gaining fast on Zombush 86, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Scott Dixon is driving a Sauber C15 with a fastest lap of nearly 25 seconds. He's currently in 3rd place, but his race seems a bit sluggish compared to the leaders. Unistakes is climbing up to 7th place. Quiz 44 is gaining on Lisa Shibi, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Alan 656 is stuck in 10th place, with a very slow lap time of 1 minute 28 seconds. His car is a Jordan 196, but he's clearly struggling to keep up with the pack. Quiz 34 is climbing up to 8th place. Lord Buttrell is catching Lisa Shibi fast, closing the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrom's car is a Jordan 196 and she's currently in 15th place. She's made a big jump from 16th to 15th, so she's definitely on the move. Well, look at that. Ovidus has finally decided to grace us with a victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Ovidus took the win. Congrats on that victory. You really drove the AI to its limits. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the iconic 1996 Jordan 96. Dr. 90. Nice work! Scott Dixon. You also did an excellent job winning the bet race. You get to claim the sleek 1996 Sauber C 15 time. Great effort from everyone today. A fun fact about the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro is that it can go from 0 to 60 in just around 4 seconds, making it a pretty speedy ride for a muscle car. It's like having a sports car and a classic American icon all in one package, ready to roar down the track whenever you decide to hit the gas. Well, this is quite the matchup. Both cars are American muscle, so it's going to come down to the driver's skill and the specific strengths of each vehicle. The Chevrolet Camaro is known for its balanced handling and a slightly more aggressive aerodynamic setup. The Ford Mustang, on the other hand, has that raw power and a bit more of a traditional muscle car feel. Given Suzuka East's mix of tight corners and straightaways, I'd say the Camaro might have a slight edge in agility, especially if Pippi Langstrom adapts well to the track. But don't count out Gina Jones. If she can capitalize on the Mustang's power in the straights, she might just take the lead. So, I'm leaning towards Pippi just because her car's handling could be the key here. But it's going to be a close call. Who do you think has the upper hand? Alright folks, the race at Suzuka East is underway, and leading the pack is Axton Hitz in a shiny 2021 Ford Mustang. He's starting on the front row and looks ready to show us what that muscle car can do. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the competition will catch up. Axton Hitz has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrump is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Lindy and Popcorn Slayer are neck and neck for 8th place. Maya just climbed one spot to 11. Amy and Maya are now fighting for 10. Buffina 19 is climbing fast into 8th place. Popcorn Slayer and Buffina 19 are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Simpler Marcus is inching up to 12th place. Popcorn Slayer is climbing to 8th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is making a solid move to 18. Oxwolfie is up to 20th. Oxwolfie and Zotsfired are nose to nose for 19. Blinchik Hot 21 just sliced through the field to take the lead. Jimakshite is hot on their heels, also climbing fast. Basket and Tree is making a strong push, eyeing that top spot. The race is heating up. Axton Hitz is on fire, climbing to first place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrump is not far behind, also up 4 spots to second. Scott Dixon is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in third. Things are heating up at the front. Dr. Keats Appleway is making a statement by overtaking 17 cars to take the lead. Grandelive is not far behind, climbing 15 positions to secure second place. Ogswolfie is also on the move, overtaking 14 cars to move into 5th. Scott Dixon is charging through the field, now in 3rd place. Alex Has No Brain is also making a strong push, claiming 4th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 5th. The race is heating up. Axton Hitz is really having a rough time dropping back to 8th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to take the lead. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in 2nd place. Kinda Live is on a tear, now in 1st place after overtaking 17 cars. Axton Hitz is making a strong push, climbing 6 spots to 2nd. Ogswolfie is also on the move, overtaking 16 cars to sit in 3rd. Naim Wu for Life is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is right behind, also making moves to take 7. Popcorn Slayer is not far behind, pushing up to 8. Looks like a tight battle forming. Crandalive is on a tear, now in first after overtaking 17 cars. Scroogechamp is not far behind, climbing 19 positions to take second. Oaksfulfie is making moves too, jumping 15 spots to settle in fourth. Wow, Axton Hits, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow, Axton Hits taking the victory. Congrats to them on crossing that finish line first. They really drove like they had something to prove. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrup, the lucky one who won the bet race. They can now claim that shiny 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Trans Am. Not a bad prize for a wager, I'd say. Here's a fun fact about the 27. Lotus 211. It's basically the track day hero that weighs less than most of our streaming gear. This car was designed purely for the love of speed and handling, with a focus on weight savings and agility. It's so lightweight and nimble that driving it on a twisty track feels like steering a rocket. Minus the exhaust noise, of course. Just a perfect example of how Lotus takes racing seriously, even if it's just for fun. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Get those selections in now or forever hold your peace. Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some AI car racing fun. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Maserati MC-12 from 2004 is a stunning machine known for its speed and elegance, even if it's aging a bit in car years. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Diablo GTR from 1999 is a purebred racing beast, notorious for its raw power and aggressive stance. Given the track at Lago Maggiore East Reverse, which favors precision and handling, I'd probably lean towards Grampy-Jerf's Maserati. It's a bit more refined and has a slight edge in aerodynamic finesse. But then again, the Diablo GTR's gritty racing pedigree could shake things up if it manages to unleash that V12's full fury. So, I'm predicting a close call. But something tells me the Maserati's balance might just give it the edge. Still, if the Diablo GTR gets a good start, it might just turn this into a wild chase. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore East Reverse. Atsak is starting on pole, and he's behind the wheel of a classic 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo. Let's see if that beauty can hold its ground in this race. Atsak has taken an early lead. Vanona 1857 is right behind in second place, and Move for Life is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Red Panda Amenity 4 and Move for Life are nose to tail for third place. Anonymity 3 is climbing 2 spots to 7. Alan 656 is also on the move 2 spots to 9th. Anonymity 3 and Amobias are nose to tail for 6th place. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top 12. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Red Panda Manini 4 is closing in on the leader, just a few seconds behind. Amy has now moved into 13th place after those overtakes. Mobius is creeping closer to the top 4. Red Panda Amenity 4 just overtook the previous leader and is now in 1st place. Atsak and Red Panda Amenity 4 are neck and neck for the top spot. Mobius has gained 1 position and is now in 4th. Mobius and Vanoni 1857 are fighting hard for 3rd place. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. No drama there. Amy just made a smooth move to 11. Cubber is climbing fast, now in 16. Pippi Langstrump is on a roll, sneaking into 17th after overtaking 5 cars. Anonymity 3 and New for Life are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Amy and Nexpirally are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Amy is on a roll, now in 8th place after 3 quick overtakes. Maya is closing in, now in 11th after her own trio of overtakes. Mobius is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place, just 1 behind the leader. Maya is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has advanced to 7th place, also moving up 1 spot. Alan 656 is in 9th place, making a similar jump. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 12th place. Mutwolf advances to 15. Cubber moves into 16. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Vanunit 1857 is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now in 6th. Amy and Osgirad are nose to nose for 5th. Mobius is gaining on Red Panda Amenity 4, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Shiro Gamadath is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy has moved up 2 spots to 4th. Amy just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like she's on a roll. I'm climbing up to 7th, slowly but surely. Alan 656 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th. This is getting spicy. Hippie Langstrom is making a bold move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 9th place. Amy is closing in on Aya Mobius, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is climbing up the field, moving 2 spots forward to sit in 5th. The modern street cars are pushing hard, but the mix of older and newer models is creating some unpredictable gaps. The track's tight corners and long straights favor the more agile and powerful cars, but driver skill and car setup seem to be the real game changers today. Wow, Red Panda Man 84? You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow! Congratulations to Red Panda Manatee 4 for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive race from start to finish. You really showed some skill out there. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap, meaning you get to claim the shiny 2005 Gimbala 1. That's a sweet ride. Hippie Langstrom, you also deserve applause for the most overtakes today. That's some serious daring. You've earned yourself the same fantastic car, the 2005 Gimbala 1. Great racing, everyone. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. So if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see which robo-racer comes out on top. Hurry and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic vintage showdown. The Brabham B, D45, and Lotus 77, from 1976. Both iconic, but quite different in their design philosophy. Tack Nasty's Brabham is known for its solid handling, but that car's age might show in agility compared to the Lotus. The Lotus 77 was quite innovative for its time, especially with its ground effect aerodynamics, which could give Amy an edge on the twists of Tsukuba. Considering the car's specifications and driving dynamics, I'd bet the Lotus 77 might have a slight advantage in maneuverability. But don't count out Tasty. Sometimes the older machine surprises us with its resilience and raw power. It's a close call. But if I had to pick, I think Amy might just edge out the victory, thanks to the Lotus's innovative design. Let's see how these vintage warriors perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Tsukuba and Taknasty is starting strong on pole with that classic 1976 Brabham BT-45. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI drives him into trouble. Taknasty is leading the race with a strong start. Amy is right behind in second place. I am currently in third place trying to keep up. Amy just took the lead, moving up one spot to first place. Maya and Taknasty are nose to nose for second place. New for Life and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a close fight for fifth. Pippi Langstrump's car is a March 761, and she's holding on to fifth place. Looks like she's keeping it steady but not making any big moves yet. Knox Exodus and Agenerate are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are also locked in a close scrap for 11th. Knox Exodus is climbing up to 7th place. Ashura 92 is making a move to 13th. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top 10. Now in 11th. Keshkias overtook Archeron 192 for 13th place. They are now nose to nose in this close fight. Scott Dixon is driving a Shadow DN5B, which is known for its distinctive aerodynamic design. He's currently in the 13th place, so he's making a slow but steady climb through the field. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Kikrishki and is now in the 13th place. They're nose to nose in that battle for the 13th spot. The Tsukuba track favors lighter, more agile cars like the McLaren M26, helping drivers like me and Papa Kisi stay competitive. The F1 1976 cars are a bit outdated for this tight circuit, so quick reflexes and handling matter more than raw speed. Taknasty's early lead shows the importance of starting strong on this track. Egan Wright is driving a 1976 Ensign in 176. Their race isn't going well with a slowest lap of 1 minute and 0.33 seconds, putting them in 10th place. Lord Secresby is climbing to 9th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 11th, both making moves today. Lord Zekresby is gaining on Liza Shibi, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to 12. Arjaroni Hyundai 2 and Kirkj are locked in a fierce fight for 14. New for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 10. Archer 192 is climbing up to 14. Lisa Shivi is driving a Wolf Williams FW05, starting from the 8th position. She's currently in 7th place, just ahead of Nox Exodus. Looks like she's holding her own but not making any big moves yet. Amy is leading comfortably and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Lord Crespi is gaining ground on Nox Exodus, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 places to sit in 11th. Lord Crespi is racing a Brabham BT45. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off? Wow, Amy. Congratulations on winning the race. You really sped your way to victory today. And Gina, you snagged the fastest lap. Impressive! You both get to claim that beautiful 1976 Lotus 77. Looks like today's race was a good one for the winners. Well done, everyone. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and I wouldn't want anyone to miss out on their chance to choose the ultimate racing machine. Hurry up and make your pick before the timer runs out. Ooh, what an interesting matchup. Both cars are from the same era, but the McLaren MP413 is renowned for its dominance during the 1998 season. It's a proven winner with a strong aerodynamic package and a powerful engine. On the other hand, the Stewart SF02 might be a bit of an underdog here. It's not as iconic or as fast, but who knows? Maybe Fiven Zero Guy has some secret sauce. If I had to put my chips on it, I'd say the McLaren has the edge because of its proven track record in design prowess. But hey, in an AI race on Nürburgring GP, anything can happen. This is gonna be fun to watch. Alright, everyone. The race is on at Nürburgring GP and Rondon 69 has snagged pole position in a 1998 Minardi N 198. Let's see if that underdog can hold the lead or if the pack will overtake pretty quickly. Rundon 69 has shot out in front, taking the lead right from the start. Move for Life is holding strong in second, while Senior Flipflopone 12020 is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight pack behind them. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing to 6th place. Leum is making a move up 2 spots to take 8. Zolichado Ninity 1 and Leum are nose to nose for 8th place. Queen Manda and Anonymous Ninity 3 are neck and neck for 6th place. Leum and Queen Manda are also close for 7th. Someone just gained 1 spot to move into 9th. Queen Manda is climbing up to 6th place. Leum and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. GM Trim is making a move to 13th. Lisa Shibi and Solidcha Divinity 1 are neck and neck for 10th place. Fling Shikonti 1 and Gaming to Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 17th. Amy is climbing 2 spots and is now in 19th. Mahokaos is climbing up to 15th place. Maya is making a move to 20th place. Adonet 44 is inching up to 24th. Mahokaos and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for 14th place. Vinchek 21 and Gaming to Fight Cancer are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is really making a statement by dropping 10 places. Flingshe Cot 21 is climbing steadily to the 16th spot. Meanwhile, Amy is inching her way up to 18th. Senor Flipflopone 100 and 2020 is holding on to 2nd place, but New for Life is right on his tail. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Queen Manda are neck and neck for 6th. And it looks like Maya and Amy are trading positions in the lower midfield. Senor Flipflopone 2020 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. He and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for the lead. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 3rd, inching closer to the top. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 10th place. Linchikot 21 is narrowing the gap on Mahokaos by 1.3 seconds. Village Shadow Unity 1 is driving in Arrows in 19 and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:45.381, which is decent but not quite enough to challenge the top runners. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Amy is currently in the 18th place driving a Williams FW20. Her fastest lap is 1 minute 44 seconds and 0.8 milliseconds. It looks like she's making steady progress but still has some ground to catch up. Jianan Prime is driving a Stewart SF02 and is currently in the 13th place. They've set a pretty quick lap of 1 minute 43 seconds and 8 milliseconds, which is competitive. Looks like they're making steady progress but still have room to move up. Wow! Rondom 69 took the victory at Nürburgring GP. Looks like someone's got the speed and the luck today. Well done. Wow, Rondom 69, you are the champion. Huge congratulations on winning this crazy race. You definitely earned that victory. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for smashing the fastest lap. You get your hands on that sweet 1998 Prost AP01. Nice job. And Amy, with all those daring overtakes, you earned yourself the 1998 Williams FW20. Well done on the aggressive driving. This race was a wild ride, but you all made it exciting. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and braking performance. Magione Short is a tight and twisty circuit, where precision and the ability to slow down and corner sharply are crucial. Speed in a straight line is less important than being able to navigate corners swiftly, without losing control. So, a car that can brake late and turn sharply without sacrificing too much speed would be ideal for this race. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so make your final picks before the race starts. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car will dominate the track today. Hurry up and choose wisely. Hey Aminsan, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some AI car racing action. Hope you enjoy the show. Well, looking at the cars, this is like a vintage showdown. The Morgan Plus 4 is a charming classic, but not exactly a speed demon, while the Plymouth GTX is known for its muscle and power. Given that, I'd put my chips on Hingle McCringleberry to take the win. That GTX should have the raw speed advantage on Magione Short. But hey, who knows? Sometimes a classic underdog can surprise us. We'll see if Scott Dixon can charm his way to victory or if Hingle's muscle does all the talking. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Magina Short track, and leading the pack on pole is New for Life in a classic 1962. Faisal Vega Faisal, 2. Talk about a vintage powerhouse ready to shake up the race. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Rasgolgaming in second and Celestial Inari in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Celestial Inari is now in second place. Maya has climbed to fourth. Pippi Langström has gained 2 spots and is now in fifth. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 10th after a small gain. Scott Dixon has also moved up to 11. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 9th. Deplorable has moved into 11th. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Celestial Inari is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 3rd. Pippi Langström has climbed 2 spots to take 4th. Amin-san just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 also moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Leum and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Looks like a close fight. Shoto Todoroki is driving a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1 Torsi. They are currently in the 17th place and seem to be holding steady without any major overtakes or drama so far. Move for Life is leading the race with a 1962 Faisal Vega. Faisal 2. It's a rare classic, and they seem to be holding on to the top spots so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Scott Dixon is now in 11th. Gary Seventan has moved up to 13. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Gary 710 just gained 1 spot to 12th. Deplorably Apple and Gary 710 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya and Rosie Goldeming are nose to tail in 5th place. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Casanoni's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 has also gained 1 position and is in 14th place. Amin-san and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose fighting for the 14th spot. Pippi Langström is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by a full second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a move, now in 13th. Amin-san just nudged ahead of Shoto Todoroki 39 to take the 13th spot. They are now nose-to-nose fighting for that position. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Pippi Langström is inching closer to Celestial Inari, cutting the gap by a second. 1. Shota Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 14th place, making a little progress. Scott Dixon is closing in on Akinoni. The gap is shrinking quickly. Shota Todoroki 39 is also closing in on Gary 17, both fighting for 12th place. Amin-san is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Someone is closing in on Shota Todoroki 39, shrinking the gap by 1.1 seconds. Liam is moving up 1 spot to 16th place. Shota Todoroki 39 just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Liam is gaining ground, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Amin-san just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Someone is closing in on Gary 17, shrinking the gap by 1.8 seconds. Amin-san just climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Shota Todoroki 39 is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Someone else moved up 1 spot to 14th. Wow, Amy, looks like you're unstoppable. Congrats on the win. Now you can start practicing for the victory lap. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Amy for taking the win. You really showed those AI cars what's what. And special shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. That 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray is a beauty. Well deserved. Hingle McCringleberry, you also earned yourself a vintage ride with that race win. The 1967 Plymouth GTX is a classic. Nice job. Who's ready to see what these cars can do next? Sure thing. Did you know that retro supercars often had less advanced technology than today's standards, yet their bold designs and roaring engines still managed to steal the show? It's like they were the rock stars of racing, proving that sometimes style and sound matter even more than the latest gadgets. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final selections now before the AI cars hit the track. Don't miss out on your chance to influence the chaos. Let's see which one of these speed demons will dominate. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Jaguar X J220 from 1992, with its sleek design and supposed speed, is definitely a contender. But then you have the Buick GX from 1987, which was a real beast in its time with impressive turbocharged power. I'd say it's a classic battle of style versus raw muscle, given the track is Road America, with those long straights and tricky turns. The Jaguar might have a slight edge in top speed and handling. But you never know with AI driving. Sometimes they surprise you when you least expect it. If I had to pick based on what they're racing and their vehicle strengths, I'd probably lean toward the Jaguar for its engineering and speed. But I wouldn't be shocked if the NX pulls off a surprise and zooms ahead. Let's see how these two handle the challenge. Alright folks, the race is off at Road America. Scott Dixon is on pole, pulling out the vintage charm in a 1996 Maserati Ghibli. Let's see if he can turn back the clock and hold that lead. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Tranquility is holding strong in second place. Wright is currently in third, trying to keep up. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, climbing up to 22nd place, after overtaking 3 cars. Frank Reddy and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Architect just gained 1 spot, and is now in 4th place. Frank Reddy just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Wright and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd. Aminzan and Wayne Gretzky are also close, battling for 6th. Wright is climbing up to 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Wright are still neck and neck for that spot. Aminzan is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Aminzan is climbing to 4th place. Trash Crashton is making a 2-spot jump to 9th. Deplorable is moving up to 11th. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 16th place. Maya and New for Life are nose to nose for that spot. Yamobius is creeping up to 19. Adonat 44 and Mobius are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up 1 position to take 25th. G-Maxat and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 27th. Scott Dixon and Amundsen are nose to tail for 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky has just overtaken 1 car to sit in 5th. Deplorable is climbing up to 10th, and he's in a close fight with Trash Crashton for 9th. Trash Crashton is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 11th. Just Chanant has moved into 12th. Aminsan just sneaked into 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th. Deplorable and Mafia Mavi are locked in a close duel for 9th. Amundsen just snuck into 2nd place. Wayne Gretzky is climbing up to 4th. Abeta Bloke is making moves to 6th. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Just Jeanette is now in 11th place. Gina Jones has also moved up to 12th place. Mafia Mavi and Gina Jones are battling closely for 12th place. No clear leader yet. Wayne Abretsky is climbing to 3rd place. Trash Crashton is making a move to 7th. Deplorably Apple is sneaking into 8th. Looks like some early gains. Trash Crashton and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 6th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing 2 spots to 15th. Mafia Mavi and Wayne Trinity 4 are battling closely for 15th. Trash Crashton advances to 6th place. Deplorable Apple climbs to 7th. Amy makes a move up to 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. She and Architect are nose to nose for 10. Drew Orfalz and Wu for Life are locked in a close fight for 17th. Gina Jones advances to 10th place. Just Jeanette climbs to 11. Maya and Architect are nose to nose for 12. Looks like a close one. Igina Wright is climbing to 3rd place. Trash Crashed is now in 5th. Gina Jones is sneaking into 9th. Wayne Abretsky is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Just Jeanette is making a move to 9th. Maya is inching into 12th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 13th place. Amobius just nudged into 14th place. Architect and Amobius are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a close fight. Trash Crashton just overtook someone to take 4th place. Deplorable Apple keeps climbing to 6th. Wayne Trinity 4 and I are neck and neck for 12th. This is getting fun. Maya and a Better Bloke are nose to tail for 11th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Billy is on the move, climbing up to 20th place. Uncle Tobin is tearing through the field. Now in 1st place, after passing 29 cars. Brownquery and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Mafia Mavi and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close duel for 22nd. Brownquery takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Amin San follows closely behind in 2nd. Wayne Abretsky is not far off in 3rd. The top 3 are really mixing it up. Amin San is chipping away at Francoity's lead. Now, just over a second behind. Amy has climbed 1 spot into 7th. Just Jeanette is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Francoity just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Frank Werdy. You really crushed it out there. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Wayne Train 94 for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself the classic 1992 Jaguar XJ220. That car is a legend, just like you're driving today. A fun fact about the combined supercars racing class is that these cars are so powerful and fast that they could probably outrun your average speeding ticket. But don't try that at home. They blend the best of the best in high performance, making every race a breathtaking showcase of speed and skill. Alright folks, the time to pick your favorite car is almost up, so make your choices before it's too late. Don't miss out on choosing the one you think will dominate this race. Get those selections in, or you'll be stuck watching whatever unlucky car gets assigned to you. It's now or never. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. Wayne Train 94 is behind the wheel of a 2008 Gumpert Apollo S, which is a pretty aggressive machine with some modern engineering. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry is piloting a 1963 TV R. Griffith 200, which is a classic and probably handles a bit differently. Given the track is Suzuka Retro without the chicane, the car's agility and handling will be key. The Gumpert Apollo S is known for its speed and sharp handling, thanks to its modern design, so I might give a slight edge to Wayne Train 94. But the vintage charm of the Tevra Griffith might surprise us all if it manages to find its groove. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd say Wayne Train 94 has a more modern advantage, but don't count out Hingle McCringleberry just yet. This could turn into a fun underdog story. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Suzuka Retro no chicane, and Scott Dixon is starting on pole in a 2008 Ferrari 599 G2. Looks like we've got a classic versus modern showdown right from the start. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. Maya is holding second place, and Wayne Train 94 is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. New for Life is climbing fast into second place. Maya and Wayne Train 94 are locked in a close fight for third. Gina Jones is inching up to fifth. Maya is climbing up to third place. Colmetwe is now in sixth after moving up one spot. Ogswolfe has gained 2 positions and is now in seventh. Maya is driving a 1995 Ferrari F50, a classic with a reputation for speed and style. She's currently in third place, holding steady behind the leaders. Looks like she's keeping it cool and not pushing too hard just yet. Wayne Train 94 is holding a solid third, but Hingle McCringleberry is just behind in eighth. Plenty of room for overtakes if they push hard. Amin-san just climbed one spot to 13. Amin-san and Platinumera are nose to nose for 12. Kapholster also gained one spot, now 14. Wayne 94 is closing in on Newview for life, fast enough to make a point. Oaks Wolfie just jumped a spot to sit in 6th. Someone else is climbing up to 8th, but no name yet. Wayne 94 is gaining on Newview for life, and is now just a few seconds behind. Oaks Wolfie is hot on the heels of Gina Jones and closing fast. Someone is inching closer to Kalmetwi, making it a tight battle for that position. Maya is closing in on Wayne 24, the gap shrinking rapidly. Kalmetwi and someone are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Gina Jones and I are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Amy is climbing up 2 spots to 7. Amin is also up 2 positions, now 8. Lil Sprout is driving a vintage Lamborghini 400 GT from 1965. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like their race is not going as planned. Amy is gaining on Uggs Wolfie, closing the gap to just under a second. Amin-san and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Oaks Wolfie is making a move to 5th. Amin-san is advancing to 7th. Looks like everyone's on the push. Wayne Train 94 is closing in on Newview Life and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Oaks Wolfie and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amin-san and I are battling it out for 6th, and it's getting pretty intense. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really snatched victory from the chaos today. Congratulations to him on a well-deserved win. Now, for the contenders, Wayne Train 94, you've been on fire today. Not only did you set the fastest lap, but you also won the race. So you get to claim that sleek 2008 Gomperta Palo and Amundsen. With all those overtakes, you definitely earned your spot. Congratulations on also claiming the same modern streetcar. Looks like some winners today, both on the track and in the car claims. Sure thing. Did you know that Group B rally cars were so wild and powerful that they often couldn't be fully tamed? They were banned because they became too dangerous for the public roads. But for a while, they were basically the rock stars of rally racing. Imagine driving something that was essentially a race car built for the road and going all out at insane speeds. Sounds like a recipe for chaos and fun. Hey there, Idikshadawani. So glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see these cars zoom past in style. Let's get this race rolling. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Scott Dixon with the classic 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral, a car known for its rally legends and turbocharged charisma. On the other side, Pumpkin of Glory with a 1984 Audi Sport Quattro Son E2, a legendary Group B rally car with serious street cred. The Lancia is nimble and great on twisty sections, but might struggle a bit with the straightaways in this race. The Audi, with its iconic turbocharged power and lightweight build, could have the edge on the longer, faster parts of Charade. If I had to pick, I'd say the Audi might just eke out the win thanks to its raw power and rally dominance from that era. But honestly, with these two classic machines, this race is more about style and nostalgia than just outright speed. Alright everyone, Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the pack on pole position. She's driving a classic 1984 Ford RS200 as Charade's four-kilometer track. Let's see if this vintage beauty can hold the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race. New for Life is right behind in second place, and Amy is holding strong in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Maya is holding her ground in fifth place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the top three. Popcorn Slayer is right behind, trying to make a move. New Life is really having a rough time dropping back to 17. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily to take second place. GamerBoss72 is making a move up to 5th. New for Life just sliced through the field to take the lead. Looks like they're on a mission. Pippi Langstrumpf isn't giving up easily, sticking right behind in the fight for first. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to second. Amy is in third. The race is heating up. Vodka Morning is closing in on Nexaromaval, cutting the gap by a second. 1. They are nose to nose for 8th place. Gina Jones and Rosaurus are also battling hard for 10th. Vodka Morning is climbing to 8th place. Willow Shrub is also moving up to 11th. Gina Jones and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for 11th. Willow Shrub and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the 11th spot. Gina just nudged ahead, but Willow Shrub isn't giving up yet. Willow Shrub is now in 11th place. Gina Jones and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for that 10th place. Scott Dixon is in 15th place with a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Gamerboss 72 has moved up to third. Maya and Pumpkin Off Glory are still neck and neck for 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race in a 1985 Lancia Delta S4. Their car is known for its turbocharged power and rally heritage. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining a solid lead. Gamerboss 72 is creeping closer to Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Willow Shrub just climbed one spot to take 9th place. Nick Zaromaval and Willow Shrub are now in a fierce fight for 9th position. Pumpkin Off Glory is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is closing in on Gamerboss 72, shrinking the gap by over a second. Rose Hours is climbing up to 11th place. Scott Dixon is sneaking into 12. Gina Jones is inching into 13. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Scott Dixon is driving a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integrate I. He's currently in the 12th place, and his fastest lap is around 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Looks like he's trying to catch up, but still has some work to do. Gamerboss 72 is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is also moving up, now in 3rd. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Vodka Morning is driving a 1985 Lancia Delta S4. They're currently in 8th place, hanging just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. Hey, Wayne Tre 94. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hopefully you're ready to see some crazy AI cars in action. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Clearly they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Yes. Wow. Hingle McCringleberry takes the crown. Congrats on the win. You really showed those cars who's boss. And Scott Dixon, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a classic 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral Loader. That's quite the pickup for a car lover. Looks like some good prizes all around today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. Make sure you pick your favorite car now before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one will dominate on the track. Hurry up and make your choice. Oh wow, this is quite the age comparison here. Scott Dixon in a 1991 Toyota Celica versus Amy in a 1989 Ford Sierra S500. It's like watching a classic battle of vintage power. The Celica is known for its reliability and sporty feel, but the Sierra RS500 was a beast in its time, with some serious turbocharged muscle. I'd say Amy might have the edge in terms of raw aggression because of that turbocharged engine. But Scott might surprise us with better handling and balance. Honestly, it could come down to who manages their car better around Road America's curves. So if I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean towards Amy just because that Sierra has a reputation for being a bit of a wild card. And we all love a good underdog story. But it's definitely going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Road America, and leading the pack is the Nabu for Life car, a classic 1993 Porsche 968 Turbo Urus, sitting pretty on pole position. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Gina Jones in second and Scott Dixon in third. Looks like a tight start. Gina Jones is climbing to the top spot. Amin-san is also making moves up to fourth. Amin-san and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for third place. Amin-san just overtook someone to climb into third place. Maya is also making moves up to fifth. The real action is between Maya and Scott Dixon fighting for fourth place. Amin-san just overtook someone to climb into second place. Amin-san and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the lead. Amy and Maya are locked in a close fight for fifth. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to move into third place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for that spot. Youngun Stort 1 and 2 is climbing up to 6th. Our Special was closing in on Wayne Trenley 4, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and U20 plays are locked in a fierce fight for 21st place. Jion Wolf is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Our Special is climbing to 9th place. Keruvanen is now 17. Captain Trippy is catching up to Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maricus is hot on Wayne Trenley 4's tail, closing the gap to just a blink. Captain Trippy is gaining fast on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, inching closer with every second. Flanky Frankie is creeping up on Toadette TV, not letting her breathe easy. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the leaders. Ingame Kringleberry has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Idgek Shadawana and Maricus are neck and neck for 12th place. Looks like a close fight. Amy just overtook 2 cars in a row and is now in 5th place. Move for Life and Amy are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Idiot Shadawan and Maricus are trading positions every corner, still neck and neck at 12. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maricus is having a tough time dropping back to 28th place. Idgek Shadawan is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 12. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Ira Special and Exclusive Ox are still locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is chipping away at Idgek Shadawan, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Bjorn Art has gained 1 spot and is now in 22nd. Bjorn Art and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 21st. Nonstop and New for Life are neck and neck for 6th place. Idgek Shadawan is climbing up to 11. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is closing in on Dr. Monkey 13th, but still a bit of a gap to close. Yungdan Store 202 is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is making moves to 12. At B. Goldnert is closing in on Karavinen, cutting the gap by 1 second and 1/10. Exclusive Gox is gaining on Noah for Life fast, closing the gap by over 1 second. Idgek Shadawana and Ira Special are nose to nose for 10th place. Lazy Towner and Bjornart are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amundsen, now just over 1 second behind. Pippi Langström is gaining on Idika Shadowani, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. The Goldnut is climbing up to 14th place, making a move through the field. Adanut 44 is closing in on Captain Trippy fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Geruvnen is having a rough day, dropping 11 positions to 29. Gumming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing up one spot to 18. Bjorn Art is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, a classic budget-friendly choice. They're currently in 25th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Congratulations to Gina Jones on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Gina Jones really knocked it out of the park today. Congratulations on the win, Gina. You did an amazing job holding everyone off. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amundsen, you got the fastest lap. So you get the classic 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500 from Group A. Well done, Scott Dixon. Congratulations on winning the bet race. So you can take home the 1991 Toyota Celica from Group AA and Hingle McCringleberry. You really went all out with the most overtakes, so you also qualify for the 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. Great effort, everyone. I can't wait to see what the next race brings. Alright everyone, this is your last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make sure you get your choices in now so you don't miss out on the fun. Time's ticking. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we have Geoguy Numericals with a 1951 Alfa Romeo 159, a classic that's probably more about style than speed at this point. On the other, Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1953 Cooper T23, which, if I remember correctly, is known for its nimbleness and quirky charm. Considering the race is on Queensland National, the track layout and conditions might favor a car with better handling over pure power. The Alfa Romeo might have the edge in straight-line speed but could struggle with agility on tighter turns. Meanwhile, the Cooper T23 might excel in quick maneuvering, giving it a slight advantage in a more technical course. So, if I had to put my chips down, I'd lean towards Pippi's Cooper T23, just because its lighter and more agile nature might just outmaneuver the Alfa Romeo in this scenario. But hey, with AIs driving these beauties, expect some surprises? Alright folks, here we go at Queensland National. Frankenbalz is on pole in a classic 1950 Ferrari 125 F120. Who's ready to see some vintage racing action? Frankenbalz is leading the race right now, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Maldok is holding on to third, but it's still early days. Plenty of time for the order to shuffle. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Igek Shadawana has climbed to fourth place, and looks like I've managed to move up to ninth. The race is heating up. Igek Shadawana just overtook someone to move into third place. Frankenbalz and ID Shadawana are nose-to-nose for second. Maldok CF and ID Shadawana are also fighting hard for third. Things are getting spicy in the midfield. Igek Shadawana is climbing to second place. Big Boy Betts is now in sixth. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Wavy Wu Life, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. They're battling for seventh place. Big Boy Betts is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. Plebis 3 and Big Boy Betts are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to seventh place, just behind the action. Shadawan and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Plebis 3 and Big Boy Betts are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Amy is climbing up one spot to 15. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are battling for 14th place. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 5th place now. Big Boy Betts and Plebis 3 are nose-to-nose for that position. Geoguy Numericals is inching up to 9th place. Big Boy Betts just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Big Boy Betts and Maldok CF are nose-to-nose for 4th. Geoguy Numericals and New View for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a tier, overtaking 12 cars to reach 4th place. Geoguy Numericals has gained one spot to sit in 8th. Dongitsonta 3 also moved up one position, now in 10th. Maldox Fiesta F is climbing to 4th place. Plebis 3 is now 5th. Big Boy Bets has moved into 6th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Plebis 3 is climbing to 4th place. New for Life has moved up to 9th. Dominant Zonda 3 and New for Life are nose to tail for 9th. Geogi Numericals is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 4th place. Maldox FTF and Geogi Numericals are now nose to tail for that 4th spot. Amy has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Geo is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is in 7th place, also moving up 1 spot. Dominant Sonda 3 is in 9th place, making a move up 1 spot as well. Plebis 3 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Plebis 3 and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 4th. Dominant Son 3 is climbing up to 8th. Geogi Numericals is in 3rd and looking solid, but Pippi is way behind in 12th. Unless Pippi pulls a miracle, Geogi Numericals might just cruise to the finish. Hingle McCringleberry and Maldox FCF are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Maya is closing in on Move for Life, chopping the gap down by a full 2.2. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Looks like he's still got the magic touch on the track. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed us how it's done. Congratulations to him on the win. It's like watching a master at work. I guess all those practice laps paid off, huh? Here's a fun fact for you about the 1988 F1 cars. They were known for being turbocharged monsters, and at the time, the engines could produce over 1,000 horsepower in qualifying trim. That's like strapping a small jet engine to a car and asking it to dance on the track. No wonder they were so quick, but also a handful to control. Alright everyone, get those final picks in before the timer runs out. This is your last chance to choose a car for the AI Race Extravaganza. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Well, the 1988 Ferrari F187 88 C is definitely a classic that screams speed and agility, especially in a race setting. On the other hand, the Minardi M188 has a certain underdog charm. But let's be honest, it isn't exactly known for crushing records. Given the car choices and the era they hail from, I'd say Shoto Todoroki 39 in the Ferrari has a clear edge. It's likely to show more finesse and power around Road Atlanta's challenging turns. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So I'm curious to see if the Minardi manages to surprise us. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Road Atlanta, and look at this! Brando Buster is on pole in an old school 1988 Ligier JS31. Let's see if vintage can beat the modern chaos. Brando Buster has taken an early lead. TPPPA is holding strong in second, and Mr. Roche is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mr. Roche and TPPPA are nose to nose for second place. Amy and Mahokas are locked in a close fight for fourth. Captain Canadian is climbing up one spot to ninth. Mr. Roche is climbing up to second place. Amy and Mahokas are still neck and neck for fourth. Akanana is advancing to 11th. Darigaos is climbing up to 12th place. Frankenbuds and Ashianriton are nose to nose for 17. Hingo McCringleberry is advancing to 19. Ashanarton just overtook someone to take the 16th place. Larizel and Ashanarton are nose to nose for that same spot. Elskank is closing in, climbing up to 19th. Maya and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 13th. Leah Roussel is advancing to 16th. TPPPA is trying to hold off Mr. Roche for second place. Idik Shadawana and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 14th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Ed Slay are battling for 26th. Frankenbaltz and Ashanriton are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 just gained one position and is now in 26th. Jungden Stortwu 102 is just holding off Larashai by a hair for 23rd place. Violetta Mama and Exley are neck and neck for 27th. This race is getting spicy in the mid-pack. Maya advances to 6th place. The battle for 5th is heating up between Maya and Amy. Larusel climbs to 15th place. Autumn Thunderbird just sneaked into 6th place. Ashanariton and Idik Shadawana are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Jungan Stortwu 102 is climbing up to 23rd. Flinchia Cut 21 just moved up one spot to 24th place. Flinchia Cut 21 and Youngin Stort Wu 102 are nose-to-nose for 23rd. Lyra Shea and Flinchia Cut 21 are also fighting it out for 24th. Mr. Roche has taken the lead, claiming first place. Maya is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to 9. Maya is driving an Ozella F1L and is currently in 8th place. Her lap time is slower than her teammates and rivals, so she's probably stuck behind some traffic or struggling a bit. New for Life is holding on to 21st place while Iconic Odd is right behind him. Emerald Tick 398 and Ed Slay are battling for the 27th spot. Violetta Mama and Emerald Tick 398 are fighting for the 28th position. TPKPA is holding on to 2nd place, but Brandabuster is right on their tail. Ediksha Dewana and Scott Dixon are battling fiercely for 15th. Wow, Mr. Raj, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Mr. Rosh really showed us how it's done. Congrats on the win, you absolutely crushed it out there. Guess all that practice paid off. Here's a fun fact for you about the F1 cars from the 1960s. Back then, the cars were powered by naturally aspirated engines, and the technology was so different from today that many of those engines were basically big death traps, trying to go as fast as possible. They had these massive, loud, roaring engines, and those drivers had to have nerves of steel to tame them on the track. Plus, safety gear was pretty much minimal, so every race was like a high-speed daredevil stunt. Classic chaos, right? Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace in the race. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car takes the crown. Oh wow. This is a classic battle of the vintage titans. Darigos in the Lola Mark IV Climax has that raw, old-school charm with a bit of a wild streak, while Gina Jones in the Lotus 2.5 brings sleek finesse, and perhaps a bit more finesse around those curves. Honestly, it's a tough call because both cars have their own unique quirks. If I had to pick, I'd probably lean toward Gina in the Lotus. The Lotus 2.5 was revolutionary in its time. and known for precise handling, which might give her an edge on Feldbergring's tricky sections. But hey, Darigos could surprise us with some vintage bravado and make this a race to remember. Let's see who's got the faster vintage flash. My bet's on Gina, but I'd love to see Darigos throw us all off with a dramatic comeback. Alright folks, Maya's on pole in the EF1 1960 class, piloting 1965, Honda RA272 at the Feldbergring. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI racers have other plans. Stay tuned. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Celestia Linari is holding strong in second place, and Lil Sprout is currently in third. Looks like a tight race already. Sofik is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Spikels is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to 13th. Celestia Linari has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Maya has surged to first place after overtaking 4 cars. Stankin is making a strong push, climbing to 8th after passing 16 cars. Unclearly Gaming is also on the move, now in 16th after overtaking 4 cars. Gliding Penguin just made a massive leap to first place. Gina Jones is not far behind, climbing up to second after overtaking 21 cars. Ruki Miriki is making a steady climb, now in 21st after overtaking 5 cars. Radicero Activa Vixen is on a roll, climbing through the field, overtaking 15 cars to reach 8th place. Celestia Linari and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce duel for second place. I'm inching up 1 spot to 24th. Indigo Pate is storming through the field, now in 6th place. Pippi Langström is right behind, also climbing fast into 7th. Darigos is not far behind, making a move into 8th. Looks like a tight battle for those middle positions. Scott Dixon is climbing to 15th place. Radicero Active Vixen is advancing to 24th. Mood for Life is moving up to 25th. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 5 cars. Official Classy Live is gaining on Rana Rampage, closing the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Ruki Miriki is hot on Buckybird's tail, narrowing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Pippi Langström is closing in on Indigo Pete, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to take 21st. Stankit is also up 1 spot, now in 22nd. The classic F1 cars are all about raw power and tricky handling, which makes overtakes exciting but unpredictable. Belt bearings, tight corners, and elevation changes are probably causing some chaos, favoring drivers with better control over those vintage machines. Lil Sprout just took the lead, moving up to first place. Pippi Langstrom and Indigopati are still locked in a close fight for 6th. Lil McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th. Indigo Pay is inching closer to Gerloff Diamond, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 14th position. Lil Sprout is leading in a Ferrari 158 from 1964. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot comfortably so far. Wow, Lil Sprout, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow! Lil Sprout really showed everyone how it's done. Great job winning the race, you totally earned it. Looks like all that practice paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the circuit Paul Armagnac, I would go with the 1992 Jaguar X J220. Its blend of aerodynamics, power, and handling makes it a strong candidate to tackle that technical and twisty track. Plus, with its reputation for speed, It might just surprise us all and leave the others in the dust. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices before the race begins. Don't miss out on your chance to pick the champion. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. On one side, we have GamerBoss72 with a vintage De Tomaso Pantera GT5. It's from 1988, which is definitely a beauty, but might be a little light on modern tech. On the other side, I have my trusty 1997 Nissan R390, a supercar with some serious racing pedigree from the late 90s. Given the track and the cars, I'd probably lean toward the Nissan R390 pulling ahead. It's more aerodynamic, faster on straights, and built with racing in mind. The Pantera is a great car, don't get me wrong, but it's more of a classic muscle car than a modern race car. So, I'd say I'm putting my money on my Nissan, but hey, anything can happen when AI gets involved. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Circuit Paul R. McNack, and Ox Wolfie is taking the lead in that gorgeous 1988 De Tomaso Pantera T5, as everyone's got their eyes on him. But let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. GamerBoss72 has taken an early lead, followed closely by August Wolfie. Maya is sitting in third place, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrumpf is charging through the field, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Oxlothy and GamerBoss72 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Nose to tail, Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 4th place after gaining 1 position. Pippi Langstrumpf is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is also making moves, climbing to 18th after passing 3 cars. I am inching closer to the top, now in 2nd place. The battle for first is heating up with GamerBoss72 and me going wheel to wheel, both eager to lead. Wayne Train NT4 is making a move, climbing 5 spots to reach the 15th place. Maya is holding strong at the top, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. New for Life is gaining ground, advancing 2 spots to sit in 5th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Wayne Tran 984 is also up 2 spots, now in 13th. Scott Dixon and Wayne Tran 94 are nose to tail for 13th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. School Bus Rustev V and Whip 325 are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. She and Pippi Langstrom are battling for 9th. School Bus Rustev V is now in 6th place. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 11th. Mid-Zero Starks is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 8th. Amy and Whitfrey out 25 are nose to tail for 9th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is holding her ground right behind her. Wayne Tran 84 is closing in on the top 10, now in 11th. Edic Shadawana is climbing to 14th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 16th place. Gina Jones and Bacorn are nose to nose for 15th place. Amy is climbing to 8th place. Wayne Tran 94 is now in 10th. Gina Jones has moved up to 15th. Wayne Tran 94 is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Scott Dixon and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to nose for 11th place. Alex HLX Nati is climbing up to 15th place, making moves. Amy just sneaked into 7th place. Looks like she's on a roll. Scott Dixon is now in 11th, inching closer to the top. Move for Life is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Wayne Tran 94 has made a nice jump to 8th place, moving up 2 spots. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1.4 second gap by Wayne Tran 94 has climbed to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 9th place after moving up 1 spot. Carl Metwee is driving a 1987 Rev CT-R Yellowbird. They're currently in the 12th spot and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of nearly 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hingle McCringleberry is feeling the heat from Amy, now just a second behind. Ed Shadowwing and Whip 3 out 25 are neck and neck for 13th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Pippi Langstrom and School Bus Rustev are nose to nose for 8th place. Carl Metwee and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 11th. Edic Shadawana is climbing up to 13th, just 1 spot ahead. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a pretty quick pace. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Calmetwy is climbing up to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1992 Jaguar XJ220. They're currently in 6th place and their fastest lap is about 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front pack. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya. You really took the checkered flag with style. Well deserved. And a huge shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. That 1997 Nissan R390 is a beast. Perfect for showing off those racing skills. Wayne 24? Nice work on the overtakes. That's a lot of daring moves. All of you have earned those retro beauties. Can't wait to see who actually ends up cruising around in them. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1982 Mazda 77C. It's got that iconic rotary engine and some serious endurance racing pedigree. Plus, it's probably more agile than some of those bigger, clunkier cars. Of course, the Rondo N382 and the Lola T610 are tempting picks too because they've been known for their speed and handling back in the day. But honestly, I think the Mazda would have the edge on that twisty Acopone Raceway Club circuit. Hey everyone, if you haven't selected your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in. Oh wow, tough call here. The URDC81 is a classic, lightweight racing machine. But the Ford C100 has that legendary endurance pedigree. It's like choosing between a sprinter and a marathon runner. Honestly, I'd give the edge to the Ford C100 just because of its balanced performance and that iconic design. But hey, with AI driving, who knows? Sometimes the wildcards surprise us. I'm betting Maya's car might have a little more speed in the tank. We're about to find out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Acapone Raceway. Pippi Langstrom is starting on pole, behind the wheel of a vintage 1982 Rondo M382A. Let's see if the classic can hold its ground. The race kicks off with Pippi Langstrom taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second and Maya in third. Looks like a tight start already. New for Life is now in 5th place. Dot Dixon has climbed to 7th. Globals Excel is in 8th. The race is heating up with those moves. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1982 URDC 81. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like they're just cruising along, maybe saving some for later. Rex Nasser is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be making a steady move forward. Uncanny Buddy is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180D. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to move up. The Group C2 cars are leading clearly, showing they're faster on this track. Retro DTM cars are stuck behind, probably struggling with the layout or handling. Uncanny Buddy is driving a Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994. They're currently in 9th place but have a pretty slow fastest lap compared to others, so their race looks like a struggle to keep up. Scott Dixon has just advanced to 6th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that position. Bucky Bird is climbing up to 14th place. Rex Nasser is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in the 13th place, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Imogen Tempos just overtook Gina Jones and now sits in 7th place. Gina is not giving up easily though. They are still nose to tail in that tight battle. Cloudy just moved up to 11th place. Rex Nasser and Exip Sayan are nose to tail for 12th. Looks like a close fight. Hingle is holding on to 3rd, but Maya is closing in fast from behind. Looks like a showdown is brewing. Imogen Tempos is really having a tough time dropping to 15. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Uncanny Buddy is making a move up to 8th. Scott Dixon is driving a Rondo M382 from 1982. He's currently in 7th place, trying to catch up after starting further back. His fastest lap is nearly a minute slower than the leaders, so he's got some ground to make up. Pippi Langstrom is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Imogen Tempos is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They started in 8th place and are currently in the 11th spot. So they've lost a few positions but are still within striking distance. Scott Dixon's showing off with that fastest lap. He's definitely making a push to finish strong. Scott Dixon is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Wow! Pippi Langstrom just won the race! Looks like she's got the speed and the spirit to leave everyone in the dust. Well done! Wow! Pippi Langstrom has taken the victory. Congratulations! That was quite the impressive drive. Now, a big shout out to Scott Dixon for setting the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1982 Rondo M382 in Group C2 too. And Maya, congratulations on winning the race. You get to claim the 1982 Ford C100 in Group C2. Looks like some fantastic cars are up for grabs today. Stay tuned, folks, more racing excitement coming right up. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make your choice quick, or you might end up with the slowest car on the track. Don't say I didn't warn you. Choose wisely. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Peugeot 905 from 1992 is known for its agility and speed, especially on tighter circuits like Macau Gia. Meanwhile, the Toyota 88 CV from 1988 has a reputation for reliability, but might struggle a bit against the more modern design. Given the specs and the track, I'd probably put my chips on Amundsen and the Peugeot. It seems like a more race-ready choice for such a challenging street circuit. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Maybe the Toyota has a few surprises up its sleeve. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Macau Gia, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1988 Toyota 88C. Starting on pole, This should be interesting to watch as that vintage machine hits the tight corners. Hingama Kringleberry has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Scott Dixon is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hingame Kringleberry is holding a slim lead over Amy for the top spot. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to grab third place. New for Life is making a charge, climbing 2 spots to fourth. While CB is really making a statement, climbing from way back to first place. It's their pair is gaining ground fast, now in the top 20. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt is also on the move, inching closer to the top 20. The Empress just made a nice move to 7th place. Beyond Who Dark Souls is also climbing fast, now 8th. Someone's really pushing through the field today. Yadi Anburn is on fire, climbing from behind to take the lead. Wrestling 567 is not far behind, making a huge jump to second. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 is on a roll, overtaking a dozen cars to grab third. Hingame Kringleberry is making a statement by taking the lead. Pippi Langstrom is not far behind, climbing fast. New for Life is also on the move, closing the gap. Things are heating up at the front. Dude Smoky Blunt is racing a 1983 Sauber C7, a classic Group C2 car known for its agility. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery and waiting for a miracle. Billy is driving a Chevrolet Intrepid RM1 from 1991. They're currently in the 10th place, so they're holding a decent position but not exactly leading the pack. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Group C Toyota 88 CV, starting from 3rd position. They are currently in 2nd place, so they're making a solid move up the field. Looks like they're pushing hard to challenge the leader. Amin Sun is holding a solid lead, but Empress is right behind, so it's still anyone's game. Neither has made a move yet, so expect some fireworks soon. Beyond for Dark Souls is chipping away at Amin Sun's lead, now just a few seconds behind. Amy is catching up to Wow CB, closing the distance steadily. Scott Dixon is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy is inching closer to Wow CB, with a 1-second difference. Yadi Amburn is making a move on the Empress, closing in by a bit more than a second and a half. Wow CB is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amin San is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 3rd. Beyond Two Dark Souls is also making moves up 2 spots to 4th. It's there a pair is slicing through the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing steadily, now in 8th place. Gina Jones is also on the move, now in 10th place after gaining 1 spot. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like someone's got the need for speed and a name that's hard to forget. Well done! Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the crown. Congratulations on the win, you really showed those cars who's boss. And hey, with the fastest lap, you get to claim the sleek 1988 Toyota 88 CV. Nice choice. Amin-san, what a legendary performance. Not only did you win the bet race, but you also managed the most overtakes. Talk about dominance. You can claim the 1992 Peugeot 905 for both achievements. Looks like you're going home with some pretty sweet rides today. Well done, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Acapone Raceway Club has tight turns and technical sections, where nimble cars that can swiftly change direction will shine. Acceleration is important too, because you want to quickly get back on the gas after those sharp corners. Top speed matters less here, because it's all about finesse and control, rather than pure raw power. Basically, a car that balances grip and responsiveness will give you the best shot at winning. Alright folks, time's ticking away. Make your last-minute car picks before it's too late. Don't leave me hanging here with the bots driving around in random vehicles. Fine. Get those choices in now. Welcome back, Steve Jumper. Glad you could jump back in. And a big hello to Naga77. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI car chaos. Buckle up, folks! Oh wow, this is a tough one. The 1971 AMC Javelin is sporty and nimble. But the Dodge Challenger RT from 1970 is a classic muscle car with serious power. Given the track and the cars involved, I'd put my chips on Amy and her Challenger RT. It's got that raw muscle that could really make a difference on Al Capone Raceway. But hey, don't underestimate the Javelin's agility, especially with its theraper behind the wheel. This race is definitely one to watch. Alright everyone, Sycamore is at the front in a classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am just roaring to go at Al Capone Raceway Club. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the pack. Zeka Paul has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Zerprothri is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Zerprothri is now in second place, climbing one spot. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 2 spots to take fifth. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for fifth place. Scott Dixon has advanced to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 10th place. Knall, Gas77 and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Lyra Zell and Amy are nose to nose for 14th. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 13th. It's there upper is right behind, still fighting for 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Princess Wildface is right behind him and they're dueling for that spot. Amy and It's There Aper are locked in a close fight for 12th place. It's There Aper just overtook someone and is now in 10th place. Pippi Langstrom is hanging close behind, ready to pounce. It's There Aper is now 9th and closing in on the racer ahead. Aminsan and It's There Aper nose to tail. Looks like a battle for that 9th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Princess Wildface's lead, closing the gap by a full second. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Zerprothri, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Princess Wildface is inching closer to Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Nalga77 are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. Hingle Meet Kringleberry is closing in on Sir Pro 3, cutting the gap by a second. 1. Amin San has climbed up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 11th, making moves. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook Steve Jumper and is now in 10th place. They are nose to nose in this close fight for 10th. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap on Scott Dixon, who is just ahead. They're neck and neck. This could get interesting. Its Theraper is in 8th place with a 1971 AMC Javelin dart. Their fastest lap is 1:11.91. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're just hanging in there for now. Princess Wildface is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a second. Its Theraper is really closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 13th place, moving up 1 spot. Scott Dixon just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Its Theraper is closing in on Maya and cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. New for Life and Naga 77 are nose to nose for 12th place. Naga 77 just overtook someone to move up to 11th place. Steve Jumper and Naga 77 are nose to tail for that 11th spot. The vintage street cars are showing a mix of speed and reliability, but the track seems to favor the early 70s muscle and pony cars for quick laps. Its Theraper is really pushing hard, closing the gap to Maya by over a second. New for Life is climbing up to 12th place, making some moves. Pippi Langstrumpf's Plymouth Roadrunner is in 10th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 7.866 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top 5. Zicapal is leading the race with a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans NDL. It's holding a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and might stay at the front. Wow, Zicapal really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of the Kapama Raceway now. Wow, congratulations to Zicapal. That was an impressive victory. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for the most overtakes. You can now claim the vintage 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. Make sure to enjoy that classic ride. Sure! Did you know that Surfers Paradise is actually a street circuit that winds through a lively city area? It's like racing through the heart of a beachside paradise, which probably makes it one of the most scenic tracks out there. Just imagine zooming past all those sunbathers and surfers while trying not to get distracted by the ocean view. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. And if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. Don't let your favorite slip away because you were too busy bananas. Make your choice before it's too late, or you might end up with something boring. Wow, what a matchup! Architect with the Nissan GT, our Nismo, a true beast known for its power and agility, versus Amundsen in the Dallara Stradale, which is more like a sleek, track-focused rocket. Surfer's Paradise is a tricky track because it demands both speed and finesse. I'd probably lean towards Architect, and that Nissan because it's a more well-rounded machine with serious muscle. The Dallara might be quick, but it's more like a precision tool designed for the track, and less for a long, explosive race. So I'd say Architect is the favorite to take this one. But don't count out Amundsen just yet. The Dallara can surprise us if it handles the curves just right. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Surface Paradise, and Airfield is starting on pole with a classic 1970 Dodge Challenger. RT looks like he's bringing some vintage muscle to the modern grid. Let's see if that old school power can keep up. Thies McGee is leading the race right now with the Airfield close behind in second place. Architect is in third, trying to catch up. The top three are already showing some early dominance. Architect is climbing up to second place. Amundsen is now in third. Wayne 94 has moved up to fifth, overtaking two cars. Schmerzenlive is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking three cars. Rafael is having a tough time, dropping 10 spots to 14th place. Architect is holding strong at the front, moving up one spot to take the lead. Pippi Lindström is making a strong move, now in 12th place after overtaking three cars. Gina Jones is also climbing fast, now in 13th after her own free car overtaking spree. Amundsen is inching closer to the front, now in second place. Ingo Kringleberry is climbing up to fourth place, Amy is now in 5th. Gina Jones has moved up to 11. Rexnera is climbing up to 7th place. Zachary TV and Rexnera are neck and neck for 7th. Velocitor 14 and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Rexnera is climbing up to 6th place. Velocitor 14 is now in 9th. PP Langstrup and Schmerzenle are locked in a close fight for 12th. Velocitor 14 just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over a second. Hippie Langstrup just moved up to 12th place. Maya and Zachary TV are nose to tail for 9th place. Noom Rufa Life and Unclearly Gaming are still locked in a tight fight for 14th. Irfa Ale is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Velocitor 14 advances to 7th place. Gina Jones is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 3 seconds. New for Life moves up to 14th place. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 2018 Ford Mustang Shelby SS. Looks like she's holding her own among the modern street cars. No overtakes yet, but she's staying steady. Aminsan and Architect are neck and neck for the lead. Gina Jones is closing in on me, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. IRFA is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. IRFA is closing in on Silent Fox 213, fast, cutting the gap by 8.30 seconds. Aminsan just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is climbing up to 4th place, leaving some racers in her dust. Rex and Sarah just sneaked into 5th place. Velocitor 14 is hot on Hingle Meat Kringleberry's tail, closing the gap by over a second. Hippie Langstrup is gaining on me, chipping away at the lead by 1.6 seconds. Velocitor 14 advances to 6th place. Gina Jones climbs to 9th. Hippie Langstrup is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 and Architect are neck and neck for 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Hippie Langstrup is chipping away at my lead, closing in by 2.4 seconds. Wayne Trin94 is climbing up to 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Architect and Wayne Trin94 are nose to tail, no room for error. Aida Fail is chipping away at Silent Fox 213's lead, closing the gap steadily. Architect is now in 2nd place. Amy is gaining on Wayne Trin94, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rex and Sarah is right behind Amy, cutting the distance by a second. Wow, Aminsan just won the race. Looks like they're really good at this whole winning thing. Congrats! Wow, Amin-san. Congratulations on winning the race again. 7 days in a row. That's some serious streak. You really know how to dominate the track. You've earned yourself the fastest lap, the win, and a shiny 2019 Delar Stradale. Plus, 500 request points are on the way for your incredible performance. Gina Jones, you did an amazing job with the overtakes and can now claim that sleek 2010 Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera. And for everyone else, keep racing, because the next race might just be your turn to shine. Sure thing. Anh em still now. A fun fact about again. I've seen getting mine says. It's a ton of Gandori DDE. A fun fact about Maple Valley is that the track is actually a fictional racing circuit created for the video game series. So it's not a real place. It's designed to feel like a natural mountain road with lots of twists and turns, giving players that exciting, adrenaline-pumping experience. So, in a way, the track is kind of like a dream race course made just for gamers and racing fans. Alright, so we've got Mergutsu behind the wheel of a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro and Pippi Langstrumpf in a 2021 Ford Mustang. Both of these cars are pretty sporty, and honestly, it's a classic American muscle showdown. The Camaro is known for its sharp handling and aggressive looks, while the Mustang has that iconic roar and a bit more of a balanced stance. Given that the race is at Maple Valley, which has some sharp turns and a bit of a technical edge, I'd say the driver's skill matters a lot here. But car choice still counts. The Camaro might have a slight edge in acceleration and cornering, which could give Mergutsu the advantage. But don't count out Pippi. Mustangs are known for their reliability and steady performance, especially if she can keep her line tight through those tricky corners. Overall, I'd probably lean toward Mergutsu's Camaro edging out Pippi's Mustang. But honestly, anything could happen. It's a close call, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. Alright everyone, Henfatig's on pole with that sleek 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up soon. Henfatig takes the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. Ingle Kringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Ingle Kringleberry is climbing up to second place. Move for Life and James Nisk are locked in a close fight for fourth. Aminzan and New for Life are battling it out for fifth. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Beta Bloke and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Buckyboard and Deplorable Apple are locked in a close fight for 9th. Buckyboard advances to 9th place. Mergutsu climbs to 12th place. Cab Boomper and Mergutsu are nose to nose for 12th. Mergutsu is climbing nicely to 11th place. Amy is also advancing to 14th place. The Betty White Show and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14. Kai Boompa is driving a Ford Mustang and is currently in the 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Mustangs slightly, but overall it's a close fight with little room for error. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for second place. Abeta Bloke just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Gina Jones and Abeta Bloke are locked in a close fight for 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Abeta Bloke is advancing to 6th. Buckyboard is making a move to 7th, gaining 2 positions. The track seems to be favoring the front runners with consistent lap times, but the tight pack behind suggests overtaking opportunities might be limited unless someone takes a risky move. Scott Dixon is currently in 2nd place with a Ford Mustang. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is currently in 8th place, driving a Ford Mustang. Her lap time shows a placeholder, so her race might be stalled or she's just hanging back. Not much action from her so far. Abeta Bloke is now in 5th place, closing the gap. New for Life is right behind, so this could get interesting soon. New for Life is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 15. Buckyboard is climbing steadily into 6th. Nergutsu is making a move up 2 spots into 7th. Kai Boompa just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Yunus Leeds also moved up 1 spot to 15th. Scott Dixon is holding a solid 2nd, and with the fastest lap, he's definitely eyeing that top spot. Abeta Bloke is in 5th place, driving a Chevrolet Camaro. They started in 8th, and are making a solid move forward with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 39 seconds, and 469 milliseconds. Looks like they're gaining ground. Gina Jones just overtook someone to take 7th place. Nergutsu and Gina are still nose to nose for that spot. The Betty White Show and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Hippie Landstrom is climbing nicely into the top 12. Yunus Leeds is also making a move. Now, just behind, the Betty White Show and Amy are nose to nose for the 14th spot. This could get interesting. The Betty White Show is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 14 cars. Amy is right behind, climbing 12 spots to take 2nd. Hanfatig and Amy are neck and neck for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight. Hanfatig takes the lead now. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in behind. Looks like a tight battle for the top 3. Wow, Hanfatig just took the victory. Guess they really wanted that trophy more than anyone else. Well done. Wow, Henfatic really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats to them for winning the race. That's quite the achievement. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned that 2021 Ford Mustang from the Trans Am series. Looks like a new set of wheels is on the horizon. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights were originally designed for recreational flying back in the day? But some of these tiny marvels now race faster than some modern city cars? It's like watching tiny birds zoom around instead of your typical race car. Wow. It looks like we're about to see a classic showdown between a Chinook Mark II and a McLaren M1B on the legendary Macau Ghia. Honestly, the McLaren name is pretty iconic, but the Chinook sounds like it's got some unique character. Considering the race is on Macau Ghia, which is super tight and tricky, car handling and agility will be everything. The McLaren M1B probably has a slight edge in finesse due to its design. But if Scott Dixon can channel some of that vintage racing grit, maybe his Chinook will surprise us. My money's on the McLaren for its finesse, but don't count out the Chinook's wildcard potential. Well, get ready for some edge-of-the-seat action. Alright everyone, the vintage ultralights are hitting the track first, and it looks like swell-placed VV is starting on pole with a classic 1966 Chinook Mark II. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern rivals. Swell-placed V has shot to the front, leading the pack. Aminsan is holding strong in second place, while Gina Jones is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Scott Dixon is climbing up to third place. Dixon and Aminsan are nose-to-nose for second. Gina Jones and Dixon are also locked in a close fight for third. Scott Dixon and Aminsan are nose-to-tail for second place. Mai is climbing 2 spots to fourth. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing 1 spot to seventh. Hingle McCringleberry and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a tight duel for sixth. Scott Dixon is climbing to second place. Elisitona 1095 is now in 11th. The Ford's 84 has moved into 13th. Senor Flip Flop Horner 12020 is racing a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding the 13th spot. Looks like they're just cruising along without much drama so far. Elisatona 1095 is driving a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E at a time. They're currently in the 12th position, holding steady but not making much noise so far. Pippi Langström is driving a 1966 Porsche 906. Katarina Cornell is 6th. Looks like they're stuck in 8th place and haven't made any moves yet. The race seems pretty static for now. Cut. Diffus 84 is driving a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E. They're currently in 16th place, so not quite making moves yet but holding steady. The Fox 84 is racing a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on E. They're currently in 16th place, so not quite in the mix but still hanging around. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real overtaking action yet. Shattered Pixel climbs to 14th place. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is gaining on Maracus, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for the 18th spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. The Fox 84 just overtook Hellskank for 12th. The battle between Hellskank and the Fox 84 is heating up. Platigami is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. They're currently in the 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still hanging in there. Wolf of Eco is climbing to 15th place. Donnerts Entervey is catching up to 18th place. Ixajax just gained a spot to sit in 19th place. Senor Flipflopony Hua 2020 also moved up 1 position to 20th. Looks like they're making some progress. Maracus is on a tear, climbing through the field like a rocket. Swell Placey is not giving up easily, keeping it close behind. This race just turned into a nail-biter at the front. Swell Placey is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd. Aminsan is sneaking into 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are swapping positions like a game of musical chairs. Maya is closing in on Aminsan, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. No for Life has climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. Elitziton 1095 has also moved up 1 spot to occupy 11th. Wow. Swell Placey took the win at Macau Gia. Looks like they're really steering ahead of the pack. Congrats on the victory. Wow! Congratulations to Swell Place TV on winning the race. That was an exciting finish. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. He can now claim a 1966 Chinook Mark II, one of those vintage ultralights. Looks like he's flying high now. Sure. Did you know that vintage supercars racing cars often had less advanced safety features compared to modern cars? But they made up for it with their incredible style and roaring engines. It's like watching a fashion show on wheels, but with a lot more noise and speed. It's basically the vintage version of a rock concert on a racetrack. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want any sad faces because you missed your chance to choose. Get those selections in now before it's too late. Alright, so here's the deal. Both these cars are from the same year, which means they probably have similar vintage charm, but quite a different attitude on the track. The Camaro's Lone is known for being a muscle car with some serious power under the hood. It's got that aggressive stance and might just be the wild card here. Meanwhile, the Nova SS, also a classic, is usually lighter and more nimble, which can be a real advantage on a twisty circuit like Seattle Reverse. Considering the track and car dynamics, I might lean towards the Camaro's Lone for its raw power and straight-line speed. But don't count out the Nova. Its agility could lead to some sneaky moves around the corners. So, if I had to make a call, I'd say the Camaro might edge out the Nova for the win. But, hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, and it's all about who presses the pedal harder when it counts. Alright folks, the vintage supercars are revving up at the Seattle Circuit Reverse. Senyahima is on pole, cruising in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Corvette T301. Let's see if that old school beast can hold off the new arrivals. Senyahima has shot off the line to take the lead. Boitso is right behind in second place, and Scott Dixon is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle already forming behind the front runners. Boitso is now in first place, leaving the others in the dust. Hippie Langstrom and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for third. Amy is climbing up to sixth, making her way through the pack. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1969 Ferrari 3 65 GTB for Daytona, which is a classic Italian sports car, known for its sleek design and V12 power. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place. Not much action so far, but plenty of time for a surprise move. Scott Dixon is dropping back to 16. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 3rd. Gina Jones is moving up to 4th. Kayosify is holding off Amy for 5th place. Singoshi just sneaked into 16th, making moves. Kayosify is trying to hold off Amy for 5th place. Yoongdan stored through 102 and Maya are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Boidzo is leading in a vintage street car, a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi.K. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Hey Naiba, great to see you back. I hope you're ready for some high-speed car chaos. Things are getting pretty intense out here, so buckle up and enjoy the ride. Kayosify and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing fast, now in 8th after overtaking 2 cars. Nuvo for Life and Wayne Trinity 4 are locked in a close fight for 8. Drew Arfaus is climbing up to 14th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap to Singoshi by 1.6 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 7th place now. Hingle McCringleberry and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Drew Arfaus is climbing up to 13th place now. Trifa 93 and Drew Arfaus are nose to nose, fighting for that spot. Scott Dixon's car is a 1966 Ford Fairlane, which he started in 4th place. He's currently in the 4th position, so he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi, same as the leader. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably wishing for a bit more speed. New for Life just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wolf for Life are nose to nose for 8. So Pro 3 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 9th. Kayosify just edged past Amy for 5th place. Diogi Numericals and Pro 3 are still neck and neck for 10th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to nose for 4. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8. Kayosify and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Kayosify are also locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Third. Kayosify is climbing to 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking into 7. Looks like everyone's on the move. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 5th place. Sir Pro 3 is now in 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Singoshi is driving in 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They are currently in the 16th place, just behind the top 10, with a decent lap time, but not enough to move up significantly yet. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. Their race looks a bit rough with the slowest lap time among the top 10, and currently in 8th place. Wow, Forzo just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Forzo really knows how to cross that finish line first. Congratulations on winning the race, you deserve it. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for smashing the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a gorgeous 1966 Ford Fairlane. Nice pick. Wayne Trinity 4. You're the overtaking champion today. You've earned yourself a stunning 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. Way to go. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your choice before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite machine. Alright, This is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. The Ferrari F300 from 1998 is known for its speed and agility, especially on a track like Sepping, with its mix of straightaways and sharp corners. The Prosta P01, while a solid contender from the same year, is a bit more of a balancing act with its handling. Given those factors and the car's reputations, I'd say in Rule for Life's Ferrari has a slight edge here. But hey, with AI behind the wheels, anything can happen, especially some unexpected drama or a surprise overtaking move. Let's watch and see which of these vintage racers masters Sepping. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Sepang and leading the pack is Sputnik NZ in a 1998 McLaren MP4-13. Looks like a flying start for that classic F1 beauty. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole. Sputnik NZ has shot off the line to take the lead. Indigo Pate is holding strong in second place. Hingo McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Move for Life is charging through the field and now in sixth place. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a strong push and now in 14th. Hingo McCringleberry has climbed to second place. Hingo McCringleberry and Sputnik NZ are nose-to-nose for the lead. Naibe's on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 15. Heimais is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 6th. And Maya is inching forward, taking 9th place. Yasmin Hundi 6 and I are neck and neck for 9th place. Maya is trying to hold off the charge. Stephen Brinkley is inching closer to the top 10. Sepang's long straights and tight corners are making overtakes tricky, but the high-speed sections are favoring those with better top end. Gian Jones and Heimais are nose to tail for 6th place. Cherofa Kitten and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 16th. Hingo McCringleberry and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail at the front. Gina Jones just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Heimais and Gina Jones are also close, fighting for 6th place. Hingo McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Mai is climbing up to 9th. Scott Dixon has moved into 12th. The race is heating up with some steady progress. Gina Jones is driving a McLaren MP4-13 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like she's holding her own among the top contenders. Maya is currently in 8th place with a Sauber C17. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. Cherofa Kitten just overtook Naibe, and now they are nose to nose for 16th place. Looks like Cherofa Kitten is on a roll, inching closer to the top 15. Jaime is driving a McLaren MP413, a car known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 6th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to improve. Amy just grabbed 2nd place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Polygon. Jason Dashauer and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, battling for that spot. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 2nd place. Muvulu Life is making moves to get into the top 10. Jason Dashauer and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 11th. Jason Dashauer is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Scott Dixon and Jason Dashauer are nose to tail, fighting for that 10th place. New 4 Life is holding 9th but struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Yasmin 196 is just behind in 10th, so it's a close fight. Looks like a battle for position is brewing. Yasmin 196 is holding off Maya for 9th place. Scott Dixon just overtook Jason Dashauer and is now in 10th. The fight for 11th is heating up. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the top spot. Looks like someone's been practicing their sprinting. Well done. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congrats on the win. And the fastest lap. Very impressive. You've earned yourself that sleek 1998 Ferrari F300. And new for life. Congratulations on winning the bet race as well. You both are now the proud owners of a classic Ferrari. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Well done. Oh, the Forley Ring GP track is known for its twisty nature and those unexpected sharp corners. Fun fact, it was originally built on a former airfield, so you can imagine how that influences the layout. Plenty of wide open spaces, but once you hit the track, it's all about precision. It's like the track itself is teasing the drivers, saying, "Can you keep your cool here?" Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the timer runs out. Don't leave me hanging with all the fun. Get those choices in and let's see which car dominates the race. Hurry up! Alright. This is a classic muscle car showdown on Forley Ring GP. The Chevrolet Chevelle SS is known for its raw power and sturdy build, making it a real contender in straight line speed and acceleration. On the other hand, the Plymouth GTX has a reputation for being a sleek and slightly more agile option, with good handling and a touch of that retro style. Considering the track layout and the car's characteristics, I'd lean toward the Chevelle taking an edge with its brute strength. But don't count out the GTX. If it can outmaneuver on the turns, it might just surprise us all. It's going to be a close call, and honestly, it's about who plays their card right at the right moment. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off here at the Forley Ring GP track. Starting on pole is Pippi Langstrumpf with her vintage 1963 Tiffy R. Griffith 200. Let's see if classic charm can outpace the newer beasts today. Neo-Texum has shot off the line and taken the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding strong in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Queen Monda is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Pippi Langstrumpf and Neo-Texum are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to third. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook for the lead. Neo-Texum is right behind, not giving up that easily. Mr. Wolf J climbing to 5th place. Looks like he's on a mission. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Rome Spider and Wayne Train T4 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Double and Emerald Take Threnody 8th are locked in a close fight for 11th. Mr. Wolf J is climbing fast to 3rd place. Neo-Texum and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for that spot. Wayne Train T4 is inching up to 5th. Neo-Texum advances to 3rd place. Amy climbs to 5th. Amy and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 4th. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 5th place and closing in on the top 4. Amy and Wayne Trinity 4 are neck and neck for 5th position. Filthy Old Guy has moved up to 12th place, making some progress. Maya and Double are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Super Siggy just gained 1 position, now in the 19th. Lemon Cult Games and Super Siggy are fighting hard for the 19th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for 4th place. Maya is climbing up to 13th. Rosé Godgaming is making a move to 16th. Wayne Trinity 4 and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Terrorificaton is climbing up to 9th. Bill Theol Guy is pushing to 12th. Bill Guy and Juno Got the Leads are locked in a close fight for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for the lead. Wayne Trinity 4 and Mr. Wolf J are battling hard for 4th place. Rome Spider and Amy are fighting it out for 6th. Neotexum and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Cherofakitten is closing the gap on Gina Jones, now just 1.8 seconds behind. And Maya has gained 1 position, now in 11th. Neotexum is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry and Neotexum are still battling fiercely for that 2nd spot. Gina Jones and Rome Spider are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Mr. Wolf J are neck and neck for 4th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th, sneaking past Rome Spider in the process. Rome Spider and Gina Jones are now fighting hard for 7th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Rome Spider is making a move to 7th. Deplorableeple is advancing to 20th. Wayne Trinity 4 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cherofakitten has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Rosigo Daming has also moved up 1 spot, now in 13th. New for Life is climbing up to 14th place. Deplorableeple is now in 18th place. Deplorableeple and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 17th. Emeraldic for 98 and Maya are nose to tail for 11th place. Deplorableeple nudges up 1 spot to take 17. Scott Dixon and Deplorableeple are locked in a close fight for 17. Well, look at that. Pippi Langstrom just took the checkered flag. Clearly, she's got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Pippi Langstrom just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win, Pippi. That was an impressive race. And a big shout out to Deplorableeple for the most overtakes. You can claim your prize, a classic 1963 TV. Our Griffith 200. Looks like some serious vintage street car. Bragging rights are yours. Well done, everyone. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the racing action. Let's see which car will dominate the track. Sure thing. Did you know that the Circuit of the Americas is the only track in the world designed by a team of architects with experience in both Formula 1 and motocross? It's like they wanted to create a racetrack that combines the thrill of a F1 race and the dirt track adrenaline all in one place. Pretty wild, right? Ooh, this is a fun matchup. The BMW Mate GTE is a beast with lots of power and a great grip around corners, especially on a track like Circuit of the Americas. Gina Jones with the Porsche 911 RSR is no slouch either, known for its agility and precision. If Shotskis can really harness that raw power and keep the speed up on those long straights, I'd say he has a slight edge. But Gina's Porsche has that finesse to make up time in tight corners. Honestly, it's a close call. But I'm leaning towards Shotskis just because the BMW's horsepower might give him that extra boost when it counts. Let's see if I'm right. Alright folks, Spikeballs is kicking things off from pole position in that classic 2016 Ford LMGTE. Let's see if the speed can hold up. Spikeballs has taken the lead right out of the gate. Shotskis is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is sitting comfortably in third, but I bet she's got her eyes on those front runners. Shotskis has taken the lead, now in first place. Fragoo has climbed to fifth. Bingo Me Kringleberry has moved up to eighth. Scott Dixon is now in 8th place. Shoebox TV has climbed to 12th. EMOBS is in 15th. The race is heating up. Platinum Mera is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. The battle for 2nd place between Platinum Mera and Spikeballs is heating up. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Gina Jones and Maya are neck and neck for that 4th spot. Raghu and Maya are still battling hard for 5th. Maya and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 6th after overtaking 2 cars. Fregu and Pippi are locked in a close fight for 6th. Raghu is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 8th. Scott Dixon is in 9th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 6th place. Darigos is now 17th. The race is heating up. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a battle for that spot is heating up. Amy and Fragao are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Things are getting spicy in the mid-pack. Amy just overtook Fragao and now they are neck and neck for 7th place. Amy seems to have the inside line into the next corner. Pippi Langstrom is now in 5th place and closing the gap with Maya Dodge-Tatoy. They're nose to tail for that position. Fragoo is just behind in 7th, making moves. Ragu is closing in on Maya fast. The gap is shrinking quickly. Scott Dixon and Amy are still neck and neck for 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Scott Dixon just slipped into 8th after a little push. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 4th place. Ragu is now in 6th. Looks like they're both making some moves. Amy just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8. Looks like a close fight. The GTE cars are holding their ground with some close battles at the front, while the TCRs are spread out, probably due to the lower power and handling differences. The track favors the GTS's stability but still allows for some overtaking. Spikos is climbing up to 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 3rd. Lynn Lilac has moved up to 18th. The track's technical corners and elevation changes seem to favor the BMWs and Porsches, keeping them at the front. The longer straights are giving the GTS a chance to catch up, but overall, it's a tight mix. Speerlike advances to 18th place. Basketten V also moves up to 20th place. Budatsuro and Basketten TV are nose-to-nose for 20th place. Amy and Fragut are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Shoebox TV is eating into New 4 Life's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amy, closing the gap to just over a second. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on me, now only 1.4 seconds behind. Wow, Shotskis really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on 4 wheels today. Oh wow! Shotskis really zoomed to the finish line, didn't they? Congrats to them for taking the crown. Now, as for Pippi Langstrumpf, with all those daring overtakes, they've earned themselves a shiny new ride. A 2019 BMW M8 GTE, no less. That's one sweet prize for the master of maneuvers. Who's next to claim their car? Well, Here's a fun fact for you. The NASCAR cars from 1970 were so powerful that they could practically shake the ground just by revving their engines. That's right. These beasts could reach speeds over 170 miles per hour, making the thrill of the race just a little more intense. Plus, back then, safety wasn't as advanced, so drivers had to be brave and a little bit crazy to handle these incredible machines. It was basically the Wild West of racing. Wow, these two cars are pretty much the muscle cars of their era, so it's going to be a close call. The 1971 Dodge Charger is known for its raw power and aggressive design, which might give Dorrogue an edge in straight-line speed. On the other hand, Scott Dixon's 1972 Ford Torino is a bit sleeker and might handle the curves better, especially on a track like Atlanta. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Dorrogue's Charger has the potential to dominate the straights and maybe snag a win. But don't count out Scott Dixon and the Torino. Sometimes sleekness and handling win the day. I guess we'll see who's got the better driverless instincts. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Dorrogue is leading the pack in that classic 1971 Dodge Charger. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold on to the lead, or if the newer rivals will catch up. Scott Dixon has shot off the line into the lead. Dorrogue is holding strong in second place. Thomas Moran is currently in third, trying to keep pace. Pippi Langstrup is charging through the field to take 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Slipsneeder Gaming is climbing nicely to 5th place, gaining 2 spots. New for Life is making a move up to 8th place, also gaining 2 spots. Nexa Romaval is on the move, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ogslofi is also making progress, moving to 25th position with 3 overtakes. Slipsneeder Gaming is having a tough time, dropping 24 spots to 29. Dorrogue and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. New for Life and Maracas are swapping positions for 6th. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 8th. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead, looking for a way to overtake. Gina Jones just made a bold move to gain a spot from Bolescopan. Oscar Tzerad and Amy are wheel to wheel, neither giving an inch for 15. Mighty Chunk is climbing nicely to 8th place. Telescope Baime and Mattisbury are nose to nose for 12. Amy is sneaking into 15. Deserts and Nexa Romaval are neck and neck for a 17th spot. Celestial Inari and D Fizzards are fighting hard for 18th. Rome Spider and Aya Raphael are locked in a close duel for 20th. Nericus and Morningstarsel are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Nulavi and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th. D-Threads is climbing up the field, gaining 1 spot to sit in 17th. D-Threads and Ozgezerod are battling hard for 16th. Madasperi climbs 1 spot to 11th place. Nulavi and Madasperi are nose-to-nose for 11th. D-Threads and Ozgezerod are locked in a close fight for 16th. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to make a move. Billiscopine is holding firm against Amy in that tight fight for 13. Over in the back, Hingle McCringleberry and Rowdy Rolf are swapping positions, both eager to climb higher. Billiscopine and Nulavi are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Amy and Billiscopine are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th position. Nexavameval is climbing steadily, now in the 17th spot after a 1-place gain. Wow! Scott Dixon really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Scott Dixon really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race and earning that classic 1972 Ford Torino. That's quite the prize for some AI racing action today. Looks like Dixon's going home with a pretty sweet ride. Well done! A fun fact about the 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1 is that it was one of the first Ferraris to feature a paddle shift transmission, making it feel like you're driving a spaceship rather than a traditional car. It also had a gorgeous design that still turns heads today, proving that Ferrari's style and speed are timeless. Alright folks, you better make up your minds quick because the clock is ticking down. We're about to see these AI cars hit the track and they won't wait for anyone. Get your votes in before it's too late. Wow, what a classic matchup. The 1995 Ferrari F50 is a beast with its raw power, perfect for those quick, aggressive moves. But the 1996 Porsche 911 G2 is no slouch either, especially with that legendary handling and balance. Honestly, it's like choosing between a bold lion and a clever fox. If the race is about straight-line speed, I'd give the edge to the Ferrari because of that V12 engine roaring to life. But if corners and precision turn-taking matter, then the Porsche might just outsmart the Ferrari on those tight Marina Bay streets. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I'd probably put my money on the Porsche just because its balanced design and agility tend to shine on street circuits. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ferrari surprises us with some aggressive moves. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Marina Bay Street Circuit and King Chu 22 is on pole with a classic 1995 Ferrari F50. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. King Chu 22 is leading the race with a strong start. Ixnobladixel is right behind in second place, keeping the pressure on. Scott Dixon is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Pippi Langstrup is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 11. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 4th. Schron is inching forward, taking 1 spot to 7th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 3rd place. Schron is now in 6th. Pippi Langstrup is making a move to 9th. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Ingrid Aidsa and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Amy has gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Ixnobladixel, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nistek has gained 1 position and is now in 12th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 8th place. Maya is also advancing to 9th. Looks like New for Life and Maya are locked in a close fight for 9th. Nagishat is driving a 1992 Cizeta Moroder 4i16T. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. Nagishat is narrowing the gap to Calicum Bunny by 1 second. The retro street cars class seems to be quite competitive here, with a mix of older and newer models. The Marina Bay Street Circuit's tight turns and high-speed sections are likely favoring drivers with precise handling and acceleration. Overall, the combination keeps the race unpredictable and close. King Chu 22 is leading the race in a 1995 Ferrari F50. Looks like they're just cruising at the front. No real challenge so far. Amy is in 8th place with a 1993 Vector 008 Doi. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making much progress. The race seems to be a bit of a snooze fest for her so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Maya is also moving up to 8th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Wayne Trinity 4 and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for the lead. Inga McCringleberry just snuck into the top 10. Egan Wright and Newfolife are fighting hard for 12th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 1st place. Isnobadixel is closing the gap on King Chu 22 by 1 second. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 6th place. Newfolife is driving a 1984 Ford RS200, a classic rally legend. Their race seems steady but slow, currently in the 13th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 5th place. Maya has moved up to 7th. Nestic and Amy are nose to nose for 10th. Hinga McCringleberry is driving a 1993 Vector W8. Looks like he's holding steady in the top 10 but no real moves yet. The race seems pretty tight behind the leaders. Wow, Wayne Trin 94, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest on the track. Wow, Wayne Trin 94 really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. And with the fastest lap too, you are definitely claiming that 1997 Nissan R390. Pippi Langstrumpf, you did the most overtakes. Impressive maneuvering there. So you also get to take home a 1997 Nissan R390. Nice work, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since Sitges Terramar has lots of winding turns and technical sections. While top speed is important, being able to control the car through those tight corners will really make or break a driver's chances here. Acceleration also plays a key role in those short straightaways, but overall smooth maneuvering and precision will give the best performance on this track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which car reigns supreme in this AI showdown. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sitges Terramont, and leading the pack in Group 4 is Hingle McCringleberry, in a classic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. C expects some serious vintage muscle, making its move early on. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Amy is in third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Maya is holding a slim lead at the front with Hingle McCringleberry right on her tail. Now for life just made a bold move, climbing 2 spots to take third place. Amy and New for Life are now nose to nose for third, with the fight heating up. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for the lead. Gina Jones has just overtaken someone to sit in 4th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th. Scott Dixon and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for 5th. Nuva Life has just overtaken the leader and is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry is trying to respond but still behind. Scott Dixon and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place, with Dixon just edging ahead. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 2nd. Amy is also gaining ground, now in 4th. Gina Jones just snuck into 2nd place. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for 4th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 6th, trying to crash the party. Maya and Pippi are still fighting for 5th. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrump is now in 5th. Scott Dixon has moved into 6th. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is closing in on Nabu for Life, shrinking the gap by 1/4 seconds. Amy and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Frankenbods and Stabigale Killums are battling it out for 13th. Wolf of Aco is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Drivon 192X and Dija McCat are nose to nose for 10th place. Ronan 69 and Dri 192X are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrump, cutting the gap by 1 second. Ronan 69 is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. Gina Jones just overtook the previous leader and is now in 1st place. Nouveau Life is trying to keep up but still a bit behind. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrump and looks like he's about to make a move soon. New for Life just overtook Gina Jones for the lead. Looks like a battle for the top is heating up. Amy is closing in on Scott Dixon. Fast, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to second. I am now in third place, closing the gap. Dot. Wolf of Aco is gaining on. Amy fast, closing almost 2 seconds. Jaggichat is inching closer to Rondon 69, just over a second behind. Stabby Gale Killams and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Jaggichat is now just a second behind Rondon 69. Looks like the battle for 10th place is heating up. New for Life just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like the race for third is heating up. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrom. The gap shrinking fast. This could get interesting soon. Pippi Langstrom is gaining ground on Maya and closing the gap by 2 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Scott Dixon is now just 1 second behind Pippi Langstrom and making a move. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 5th place. Frankenbuds just gained 1 spot to sit in 13. Stabigile Killams and Frankenballs are locked in a close fight for the 13th position. New for Life is now in 2nd place. Maya is cutting down the distance to Hingle Kringleberry by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon has climbed to 5th. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the speed and the style. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones took the win. Big congratulations to them. They drove like they owned the track. And a shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. They can now claim themselves a 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione. Nice choice, that car is a real beauty. Looks like it's a good day for winners and car claims. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Nonstop is a tight and twisting circuit. You need a car that can dart through corners smoothly and stick to the road without any drama. Power is nice, but if your car can't dance around those curves, you'll lose precious seconds every lap. So, a balanced setup with good cornering grip and responsive steering is what I'd prioritize here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen before the countdown hits 0. Better hurry up before your favorite option drives off without you. Alright, looking at these two, it's quite the matchup. The Audi RS3 TCR from 2017 is a bit more modern and likely has some updated tech and aerodynamics going for it. On the other hand, the Ford Focus RS from 2012, while a bit older, still packs a punch with its turbocharged engine and sporty setup. Nonstop's a tight and twisty circuit that rewards nimble handling and agility. The Audi should have an edge in stability and modern features, but the Focus RS's raw power and potentially lighter weight could make it a fierce competitor. If I had to put my money down, I'd give a slight edge to the Audi because of its more recent design and technology. But don't count out the Ford. Sometimes an older, lighter car with a turbo can surprise you on a circuit like this. So, it's gonna be close, and I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Nonstop and leading the pack is Pippi Langström in a 2007 Honda Civic FA. She's starting on pole, so let's see if she can hold on to that top spot. Right at the start, Pippi Langström has taken the lead, showing some early dominance. I am holding second place trying to keep up. Amy is right behind me in third, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. Lockjohn 7 is climbing to 5th place. Inga McCringleberry and Lockjohn 7 are battling hard for 5th. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 7th. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Gina Jones is making her way to 7th. Bjort and Cheryl Gamideza are locked in a close fight for 14th. Scott Dixon is in 8th place driving a 2015 Subaru Impreza STI. IWRX looks like he's trying to catch up, but still has some ground to make up. No for Life is driving an Audi RS3 TCR. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding steady, but no overtakes yet. Cheryl Gamideza is climbing 1 spot to take the 13th place. Hamid Nadia and Cheryl Gamideza are nose to nose for that same spot. Iconic Odd is also moving up 1 spot to take the 16th place. Reko Haruji is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not challenging the top. Looks like a solid race, but no fireworks yet. Anarchy66 is driving a 2020 Geely Binroy, a car not exactly known for racing dominance. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly storming the front. Pippi Langström is leading comfortably in a 2007 Honda Civic FA. The car's been quick all race, and they're maintaining a solid gap at the front. Looks like a smooth run so far. Bodatsuro and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail for 11th place. Cheryl Gamideza is sneaking up 1 spot to 13th. Cheryl Gamideza and Bodatsuro are now battling for 12th. Looks like a game of inches. Hamid Media is in 12th place with a 1999 Honda Civic SI. Their lap time is notably slower at over 1 minute 15 seconds, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Narcisix is driving a 2020 Geely Binrui in the TCE class det. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders in their class, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Lux Ravenous is racing a 2014 Suzuki Swift Daewon. They're currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack, but their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the leaders. Looks like a steady race for now. Pippi Langström is leading in a 2007 Honda Civic FA, and they've set the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and maintaining a strong pace. Reiko Haruji is racing a 23 Peugeot 206 RC, which is quite a classic. Their race seems to be a bit off pace with the slowest lap time in the field, so they might be struggling to keep up. The Awart is climbing up to 16th place. Well-placed V and Biowart are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Gina Jones is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS, which is known for its balanced handling and turbocharged power. She's currently in 8th place, just behind the Focus Rs of Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like she's struggling a bit with pace, given her lap time is slower than some of the cars ahead. Wow! Pippi Langström just took the checkered flag. Looks like her playful spirit really paid off. Well done! Wow! Pippi Langström really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! You totally deserve that win. And let's not forget, Pippi also snagged the fastest lap. So you're claiming a 27 Honda Civic FA. Nice choice. New for life. You won the bet race, so you get yourself a 2017 Audi RS3 TCR. Well played. Keep those engines roaring, folks. For this track, I would focus mostly on raw speed and aerodynamic efficiency. Talladega is all about those high-speed straightaways and massive pack racing, so a car that can accelerate quickly and stay stable at extreme speeds would be ideal. Handling isn't as critical here as maintaining top velocity and drafting ability to stay in the slipstream of other cars. Reliability and power are key because it's less about cornering and more about who can push the pedal to the metal for the longest. Alright, so we have Gina Jones in the Honda and Bedazzler in the Chevrolet. Both are pretty solid choices. But at Talladega, it's all about aerodynamics, drafting, and a bit of luck. Hondas tend to have a slight edge in some racing scenarios because of their power delivery, but Chevrolet has a reputation for better handling in high-speed packs. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Gina because that Honda looks like it's built for speed and agility, especially at a super speedway. But then again, Budazera might surprise us with some clever drafting moves. It's going to be a close race, but if I had to place a bet, Gina's Honda might just edge out the Chevrolet in this high-speed showdown. Alright folks, the race is off at Talladega Superspeedway, and right up front, we have Josh in the pole position, driving a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Buckle up, this is about to get interesting. JT Swishman 33 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Josh is holding strong in second place. Drivo 92X is currently in third, trying to keep up. Josh and JT Swishman 33 are still neck and neck for first place. Pippi Langstrom has just gained one spot and is now in ninth. Pippi Langstrom and Cap Holster are fighting hard for eighth. Amy just gained a spot and is now in third place. Pippi Langstrom is also climbing up to 8th. Budazera is making progress in 14th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Cap Holster is now in 8th. Its Therapara has climbed to 9th. Amy is closing in on the leader. Drivo 192X is closing in on Josh at a rapid pace, the gap shrinking by over 6 seconds. Bubute is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 18th place. Rio Tamama is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to reach 20th. JT Swishman 33 is now in first place. Amy and JT Swishman 33 are nose-to-nose for the lead. Drivo 192X has climbed to third and is closing in on Amy. Looks like a 3-way fight for the top spots. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on me, chipping away at the gap by 6 seconds. Amy and JT Swishman 33 are neck and neck for the lead. Drivo on 92X and Amy are also locked in a fierce fight for second place. Cloudy is closing in on Cap Holster, chipping away at that 7-second gap. Amy and JT Swishman 33 are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Drivo 192X and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Sutton's Lady Gaming is closing in on Cloudy, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Drivo 192X has moved up 1 spot to take second place. Drivo 192X and JT Swishman 33 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Maya is closing in on the leaders. Tugonit TTV and Josh are still neck and neck for 4th. Scott Dixon and Tugonit TTV are fighting hard for 5th. Amy just overtook JT Swishman 33 to take the lead. Gray 192X is trying to defend against Amy for second place. The race is heating up with those top 3 cars nose to tail. Maya here. Amy and JT Swishman 33 are nose to tail for the lead. 192. Ats and Amy are also locked in a fierce duel for second. Tugonit DTV and Josh Vyosh are fighting hard for 4th place. Wow! GT Swishman 33 really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess they were saving the best for last. Well done! Wow, GT Swishman 33 really took the checkered flag. Congrats to them for an incredible race. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great driving. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1978 Porsche 935/78 has the best shot at winning a race on the Bathurst circuit. Its aerodynamic design and racing pedigree make it a strong contender. The circuit's mix of tight corners and long straights seems like a perfect playground for such a powerhouse. Plus, with its history of dominating endurance races, it just seems like the most naturally suited to conquer such a challenging track. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the action. Get those choices in before the timer runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Nibis Ferrari 512 BBL. M sounds like the more glamorous choice, especially with the Italian flair and racing pedigree. But the Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX, with a 1979 badge? It has that old-school American muscle charm, no doubt. In terms of raw speed and handling, I'd probably lean toward the Ferrari because it's a classic racing icon, especially for a track like Bathurst, which demands agility and finesse. The Monza might have a bit more brute force but could struggle around those tight corners. Honestly, it might come down to the AI skill with each car. But if I were placing a playful bet, I'd put my chips on the Ferrari to edge out just because it looks like it's ready to dance around those mountain corners. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bathurst, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in a 1978 Greenwood Corvette GTX. Looks like she's got the early lead in Group 5. Let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the competition catches up. Inga McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrup is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, not giving up yet. Yachi Slishman 33 is on a roll, climbing from behind to 22nd Dachi. Bacon and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Maya just gained one spot, now sitting in fifth. Bacon and Amy are nose to tail for third place. That emoji Jamis just overtook someone to climb into 8th. Gina Jones and Naibi are swapping positions for 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Unknown Tactics and Aussie 2 Lieutenant 2 are locked in a fierce duel for the 13th spot. Big Boy Bets is inching closer to Unknown Tactics, closing the gap by a second and a third. Celestial Inari is climbing to 19th place. Buchitsero is making a move to 21. Zikapal is inching up to 25. Buchitsero is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bay Spider from 1968. They're currently in 22nd place, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Maya and Bacon are nose to tail for 4th place. Gina Jones just gained a spot to take 8th. Zadmuji James and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 8th. Zademoji Jamis is climbing fast into 7th place. Jaspan Chakis is making a move into 11th. Unknown Tactics is also advancing into 13th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Jaspan Chakis is closing in on Gmaxi 8, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Just Penkakes is now in 10th place. Big Boy Bets and Aussie 2 are nose to nose for 14th. Rusnapalm Zix has climbed to 17th. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 14th place. Rusnapalm Zix is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Buchitsero is moving up to 20th place. Hinglema Kringleberry is leading the race with a 1978 Grinwood Corvette GTX. Looks like they're just cruising at the front with no real challenge yet. Imogen Tempos is driving a 1967 Nissan R380A2, a vintage ultralight. They're currently in the 18th position, so not quite making waves yet. Jaspan Chakes is driving a Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979. They're currently in the 11th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to climb up. Bacon is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is also moving up to 4th. Rusnapalm 6 is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy just overtook 2 cars to move into 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Gina Jones and Sadamoji James are nose to tail for 8. This race is heating up. Gina Jones just nudged herself into 8th place. Alan 656 is creeping closer to Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Gina Jones is inching closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Unknown Tactus is also making a move on Naibe, matching the same gap reduction. Risna Palm 6 just climbed one spot to take the 16th position. Nova Life and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Naturalian Lucky is climbing up to 24. Zikapal and Naturalian Lucky are battling for 24th position. The Maxite is driving a Nissan Bluebird Silhouette from 1981. Their race seems a bit off pace, currently in 12th place and quite a few seconds behind the leader. Hinglema Kringleberry is comfortably leading and holding the fastest lap, so he's in a pretty strong position to stay at the front, unless something dramatic happens. Wow, Hinglema Kringleberry just took the victory? Guess all those practice laps really paid off. Well done, champion. Wow! Hinglema Kringleberry really outdid himself today. Huge congratulations on winning the race and snagging the fastest lap. That Corvette is going to look fantastic in your garage. Well deserved indeed. Here's a fun fact for you. Indy cars are like the superheroes of racing cars because they can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour on the oval tracks. It's almost like they're racing on a roller coaster with no safety harnesses. Alright, we've got Gina Jones in a 2018 Honda IndyCar and DCKB Zero Gers in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar Racing. On Blackwood GP, both cars are from the same year. So it's really going to come down to driving skill, and maybe a little luck. Now, Honda and Chevrolet have their own strengths, but in this case, I'd probably lean slightly towards Gina since Hondas are known for their handling and agility. But don't count out Chevrolet. They can be quite competitive too, especially if DC Kiki DZ Rogers knows how to push that car to the limit. So, I'd say it's a close call, but I think Gina might have a slight edge for the win today. We'll see if the AI has other plans though. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is sitting in the first place. Starting off strong with a 2018 Honda IndyCar here at Blackwood GP. Let's see if he can keep that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Bjorn Art is holding strong in second place, and the Shanriton is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Bjorn Art and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for the lead. Scott Dixon just climbed into third place. Just Sanete and Basket and TV are swapping positions for fifth. Scott Dixon is holding off Bjorn Art in a close fight for second place. Basket and V and Ashinriton are locked in a fierce duel for fourth. Scorched Logan Pani 3 are battling it out for seventh. Ashinriton is holding off Scott Dixon by a car length for third place. Just Shanette Thief and Basket and D are swapping positions every corner for fifth. Kuhachu and Gina Jones are nose to tail in the fight for 19th. Just Shanette is on a roll, climbing 3 places to third. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the front, now in second. Pani 3 is also making moves, now in sixth. Pani 3 and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for fifth place. Rondon 69 just snuck into the top 10, moving up one spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Rondon 69 are now fighting for 10th. Looks like Rondon 69 wants that spot bad. Shoto Todoroki 39 just gained one spot and is now in 10th place. Amy and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for 11th. DCK Batesir Rogerts and Axton Hits are swapping positions in a close fight for 17th. Ubute and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Josh Biosh is also climbing, now in 13th. Bees McGee is climbing to 13th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is catching up to 16th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Axton Hits are locked in a close duel for 15th place. Naya is now in the 15th place. Caffeinated Car has moved up to 21st. Move for Life is cutting down the gap to Pippi Langstrom by 2.5 seconds. Ashen Erton is driving a Honda IndyCar, currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 11.977, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring those with better handling and consistency. Overtakes are tricky, so the leaders are holding on tight. Wow, what a surprise! Hingle Kringleberry taking the victory again. Clearly, luck is on their side today. Well done! Wow, Hingle Kringleberry really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on taking the lead and crossing that finish line first. You've got some serious skills, even if your name makes me chuckle a little. Great job! Sure. Did you know that Group 3 racing cars are like the underdogs of the racing world? They often feature less aggressive aerodynamics than their faster counterparts, which means they rely more on driver skill and handling rather than just raw speed. It's like racing with a slightly faster go-kart that looks more serious than it actually is. Pretty fun, right? Hey C97, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-octane AI racing action. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Hey everyone! If you want to see a race with your favorite car class, or on a specific track, just cheer some bits and type !requests in chat. The bot will hook you up with a link that has all the instructions you need. So go ahead, pick your dream race. Alright everyone, Listen up. If you want to see your favorite car compete, just type !race followed by the number of the car from the list on the left. And if you're torn between a couple of options, no worries. Just send in multiple !race commands, and one of those will be chosen randomly for the race. So, remember, you gotta type race for each car you want to enter. Get those commands in, and let's see which car will dominate the track. Hey everyone! Just a quick shout out to those of you who have cheered Bits in the chat. You guys can now proudly display a Bits badge next to your name, so everyone knows you've been supporting with those virtual cheers. Thanks for keeping the energy high and the stream fun. Alright everyone, you better make your choice quick before it's too late. The clock's ticking, and those cars are waiting for their next race. Don't leave me hanging here. Pick your favorite before the timer runs out. Oh wow, what a matchup! The Ford Escort Mach 1 is a classic and known for its agility and raw personality. On the other hand, the Alpine A110 is beloved for its lightweight build and impressive handling. Given the Feldbergring's twisty, technical layout, I'd probably lean towards Gina Jones and the Alpine A110, just because its nimbleness could give it that edge on those sharp turns. But hey, it's all about how the AI program runs these cars today. This should be an interesting race to watch. Alright everyone, this race was requested by me, so make sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at the Feldbergring with Group 3 cars. Leading the pack is none other than Scott Dixon in a vintage 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2Q. Let's see if that classic can hold off the competition. Scott Dixon has shot off the line into the lead. Lockjan 7 is holding strong in second place. Zilite 7 is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Hingle McCringleberry is making a nice climb up to 10th place. The Grantenchanta is also on the move now in 18th. Amy is having a tough time, dropping back to 20th. Amy just made a bold move to take the lead from the second place. Scott Dixon is not giving up easily though. La Croissant 1980 is climbing fast, now in 24th. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Lockjan 7 has moved up to second. Aminsan has climbed 2 spots to take third. Epic Sugar is driving a 1970 Lada 2101, which is known for its simplicity and durability rather than speed. They are currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but unremarkable race so far. Aminsan is closing in on Lockjan 7, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bobardo is narrowing the distance to Bjorn Art by 1 second. Telescopebein is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take the 16th position. The Grantenchanta just climbed 1 spot to 17. Epic Sugar and Jackson Davox are nose to nose for 21. Pippi Langström just overtook someone to take 5th place. Maya and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for 5th. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 13. Lockjan 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Maya and Pippi Langström are nose to tail for 5th place. Wayne Tranini 4 and Taknasty are locked in a fierce fight for 8. Nouveau Life and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Wayne Trinanti 4 just slipped into 8th, inching closer to the top. Nouveau Life just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Maya and Nouveau Life are nose to tail for that spot. Bobardo is creeping up to the 14th position. Aminsan and Lockjan 7 are neck and neck for 2nd place. The Grantenchanta just snuck into the top 15, climbing 1 spot. Amy has made a huge leap to 1st place. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Zilite 7 and Lockjan 7 are fighting hard for 4th. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Silady 7, cutting the gap by a full second. Taknasty and I are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, pulling ahead. Lakshman 7 is closing in on him, now in 2nd place. Amin is stuck in 10th, probably wishing for a better day. Unknown Tactis is climbing to 10th place. Gina Jones is now 11th. Bobardo is closing in on Bjorn Art, cutting the gap by 1 second. Amundsen just zoomed past 11 cars and is now in the lead. Scott Dixon and Amundsen are nose to tail fighting for the top spot. Bjorn Art and Gina Jones are locked in a close duel for 12th place. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Lakshman 7 has moved up to 2nd. Silady 7 is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. Maya is closing in on the leader, gaining a few tenths per lap. Wayne 94 and New for Life are nose to tail. Looks like they're playing a game of follow the leader. Telescope-Beim is inching closer to Vagrant Enchanter, but still a good distance ahead. Amundsen is gaining on Telescope-Beim, closing the gap quickly. Amy is catching up to G Maxier, not wasting any time. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place, but I see Amy is gaining ground on G Maxiate. Amundsen is inching closer to Telescope-Beim, but still a bit of a gap to close. Taknasty advances to 7th place. Amundsen climbs 2 spots to 14. Vagrant Enchanter and Amundsen are nose to tail for 14th. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Jamaxi 8. Looks like a chase is on. Lakshman 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap steadily. Amundsen is inching closer to Bobardo, but still a bit of work to do. Wayne 94 is closing in on New for Life, fast enough to make a pit stop jealous. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed 1 spot, probably celebrating with a victory lap. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a photo finish is on the horizon. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Unknown Tactics and Gina are battling hard for that 10th spot. Bjorn Art and Unknown Tactics are also fighting for 11th. Looks like a tight fight all around. Gmax better watch out, Amy is gaining fast. Taknasty is closing the gap to Wayne 94, but still has a bit to go. Unknown Tactics and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is maintaining her position in the top 5, not making much of a move. Gmaxiite is feeling the pressure from Amy, who is closing in fast. The Grand Enchanter is inching closer to Bravado, but still, a decent gap. Lotusos is gaining on Plebis 3, but it's a tight squeeze. Gina Jones just moved up one spot to 9th place. Amin-san is closing in on Unknown Tactics, cutting the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Unknown Tactics and Maya are nose to nose for 10th place. Amin-san is closing in fast, chipping away at the gap. Silhouette just made a move, climbing up to 18th. Taknasty is on fire, climbing from behind to take the lead. Scott Dixon and Taknasty are nose to tail for the top spot. I'm catching up to Gina Jones, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. She better watch out. Scott Dixon and Taknasty are nose to tail for the lead. Plebis 3 just snuck into the top 20. Trifinity 3 is closing in on the same group. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Lockjan 7 has moved up to second. Sealighty 7 is in third. The race is heating up with some quick moves. Amin-san is closing in fast on Unknown Tactics, cutting the gap by 9 seconds. La Croissant 1980 is making a move on Epic Sugar, closing in by 5 seconds. And Pippi Langstrom is inching closer to Sela 87, just over a second behind. Bjorn Art is closing in on Taknasty, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Plebis 3 is climbing one spot to take 18th place. Sotsfire is also moving up one spot, now in 21st. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Unknown Tactics is making a move up to 9th. Taknasty is gaining on Amin-san, cutting the gap by a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a second. Taknasty is hot on Amin-san's heels, closing by a bit more than a second. Ubardo is catching Bjornart quickly, closing over 2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. Unknown Tactics is hot on Hingle McCringleberry's tail, closing the gap by over a second. Plebis 3 is catching Lotusos, chipping away at the distance by just over a second. Trifinity 3 is gaining on Gemaxiite, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Silhouette is catching up to Trifinity 3, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Silhouette, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is hot on Move for Life's tail now, closing the gap by a full second. Unknown Tactics is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, making it a tight squeeze with a 1.2 second difference. Amin-san is creeping closer to me, chipping away at the lead by 1.3 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Sealighty 7, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Unknown Tactics is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, catching up by just over a second. Amin-san is closing in on me, reducing the distance by 140 seconds. Maya is gaining on Unknown Tactics, closing the gap by 240 seconds. Gobardo is inching closer to Bjorn Art, just 1.4 seconds behind. Amy is rapidly catching Silhouette, cutting down the gap by 12.8 seconds. Lockton 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just 2.6 seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Waintra 94, cutting the gap to 1.5 seconds. Taknasty has climbed one spot and is now in the 11th position. CL87 is right behind Lockjohn 7 now, just a second and a half to go. Hingham McCringleberry is catching up to Gina Jones, closing the distance by over a second. Triffin 93 is gaining on G-Maxi8 quickly, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Taknasty is slicing through the track, now just behind Maya by 840 seconds. Hinglemy Kringleberry is climbing up one spot to take 7th. Vagrantshanta is gaining on Bjorn Art, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on C-Lady 7. The gap is shrinking by nearly 2 seconds. Unknown Tactics is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Taknasty has moved up one spot and is now in 10th place. Amy is gaining on Silhouette fast, now just a few seconds behind. Jacinda Box has climbed one spot to 17. Lacroixon 1980 is chipping away at Zotsfired, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Aminsan just blitzed through 11 cars to grab the lead. Scott Dixon and Aminsan are nose-to-nose for first place. Vagrantshanta is climbing steadily, now in 14th. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Lockton 7 has moved up to 2nd. C-Lady 7 is in 3rd. The race is heating up with those moves. Lockton 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over a second. Unknown Tactics and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. Taknasty is right behind Unknown Tactics, chopping another second off the distance. Lockton 7 is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Unknown Tactics is climbing up the field, moving into 8th place. Lockton 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just under 4 seconds. Taknasty is also making moves, inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry. Aminsan is chipping away at the Lescopine, but only by a little over a second. Taknasty is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the distance. Aminsan is making a move on Bolescopine. Shots fired is creeping closer to Lotusos. Pippi Langström is gaining on CL87, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. G Maxite is making a move on La Croissante 1980, chipping away at 1.7 seconds. Silhouette is hot on Trifonenti 3's tail, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Silhouette. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Unknown Tactics is gaining on Gina Jones, but still a bit of a stretch. Aminsan is closing in on Beleskopine, so keep an eye on that battle. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Unknown Tactics, closing the distance to just a few car lengths. Aminsan is also on the move, catching up to Beleskopine quickly. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to 14. G Maxiite is also moving up 1 spot to 22. Trifonenti 3 is gaining on La Croissante 1980, chopping down the gap by 2.3 seconds. Tagnasty is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Unknown Tactics has also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Pippi Langström is gaining on CL87, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tagnasty has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Aminsan is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is really closing that gap on Unknown Tactics, less than a second now. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb to 13. Epic Sugar is making moves too, up to 17. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining ground on Tagnasty, closing the gap by 1 second. Trifonenti 3 and La Croissante 1980 are locked in a fierce fight for 23rd place. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return to the chaos of our AI racing showdown. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun and maybe a few unexpected crashes. Aminsan is closing the gap on Bobardo rapidly, just 5 seconds behind now. CL87 is inching closer to Lockjaw 7, closing by over a second. Sotsfied is catching Bjorn Art, and they're battling for the 18th spot with just a little over a second between them. Lockjaw 7 is right behind Scott Dixon now. Jacksindebox is gaining on Beleskopine. Bjorn Art is inching closer to Epic Sugar. The Feldberg Ring's tight corners and elevation changes are shaking up the order, favoring those with nimble cars and quick reflexes. Lockton 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Jack Cinderbox is making a move on Belesco Bime, closing in by a little over 2 seconds. Silhouette is creeping up on G-Maxiate, reducing the distance by just over 1 second. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Sea Lady 7, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is catching up to Unknown Tactiz, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amin San is sneaking up on Bobardo, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is gaining fast on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Lockton 7 is catching up to Scott Dixon, inching closer by over a second. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move on Sea Lady 7, closing in steadily. G-Maxiate is gaining on Plebis 3, the gap is shrinking fast. Amy is closing in on La Croissant 1980, but still a bit of a distance to make up. Unknown Tactics is gaining on New for Life, and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Wayne Trin 94 is inching closer to Gina Jones, and might be in striking distance soon. Epic Sugar is catching Jackson Dabox and could be looking for an overtake shortly. Amy is gaining on La Croissant 1980 fast, now just 8 seconds behind. Lockton 7 is catching up to Scott Dixon by 1.5 seconds. Sea Lady 7 is right behind Lockton 7, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Sea Lady 7 is right behind Lockton 7 now. Amundsen is catching up to Maya quickly. Epic Sugar is closing the distance to Jack Cinderbox. Taknesty is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200, a classic British sports car. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with a lap time of 4 minutes and 51 seconds, which puts them in 9th place. Maya here. Amy is gaining fast on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap to just over 6 seconds. Sea Lady 7 is chipping away at Lockton 7, narrowing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Silhouette is now right behind G-Maxiate. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Ingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Taknesty. Not much room for error. Amy is closing in on La Croissant 1980, but still a bit of a stretch. Amy is gaining on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap to just over 7 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching closer to Sea Lady 7, now only 2.3 seconds behind. Ingle McCringleberry is narrowing the distance to Taknesty with a 3-second difference. Sea Lady 7 is hot on Lockton 7's tail now. New for Life is creeping closer to Pippi Langstrumpf. Libis 3 is inching up on Lotusas. Looks like the gaps are shrinking fast. The Feldbergring's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the more agile cars. The leaders are maintaining a steady pace, but the slower cars are struggling to keep up, especially in the turns. Lockjaw 7 is gaining on Scott Dixon. Delighty 7 is hot on Lockjaw 7's tail. New for Life is closing in on Pippi Langstrom. Ha! Things are heating up. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Bobardo fast, closing the gap by over 8 seconds. Jackson in the box is also making moves, closing in on Belesco Bime by almost 9 seconds. Amy is closing in on Lockroyal 1980, but only by a little over 5 seconds. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, master of the track. Wow. Scott Dixon really pushed those virtual limits today. Congrats on winning the race. And with the fastest lap under your belt, you get to claim that gorgeous 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ 22. Not bad for a virtual victory, huh? Alright everyone, it looks like we're taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Just a few minutes, and we'll be back to watch these AI cars race their hearts out. Sit tight, grab a snack if you need to, and I'll catch you in a bit.